Chapter 422. Roan Yuashan pleaded on Wind Crown's behalf. "You're right," Thunderbolt Badian replied. "I can't just kill him like that. That'd be letting the father and son off too lightly. I'll cripple him now and send him to the borders as a human shield." "You kill me." When Feng Mian heard that Pai Badian was going to cripple him, he cried out in agitation. "Don't be in such a hurry. I'll cripple you first," Thunderbolt Badian laughed sinisterly. "Perhaps I won't even need to kill you, you'll die on your own. I've just learned the bone-breaking palm, and I can use it on you." As soon as Thunderbolt Badian finished speaking, the clear sound of bones breaking could be heard, followed by Wind Crown's heart-wrenching howl of pain. "This palm strike only broke your leg," Thunderbolt Badian said. "My next palm strike will shatter your spirit sea and turn you into a cripple who will never be able to cultivate." Thunderbolt Badian gathered spiritual energy in his palm and slammed it down on Wind Crown's spiritual vortex. Just then, someone broke through the wall and caught Thunderbolt Badian's palm. As the two palms met, Thunderbolt Badian felt a huge wave of spiritual energy rush toward him, forcing him back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Yunruoyan, Liemo, Thunderbolt Badian saw that his opponent was Liemo, and by his side was Yunruoyan. The two of them were standing in front of Wind Crown, protecting him. "Thunderbolt Badian, long time no see," Liemo greeted. "You're really lucky," Yunruoyan commented. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, and tortoises live for thousands of years. Although they knew that Thunderbolt Badian wasn't dead, Yunruoyan and Liemo were still shocked to see that not only was he alive, but he had even recovered to his former state. After all, they had personally witnessed Thunderbolt Badian's arm being chopped off, and the stab to his heart had been fatal. "Ha, aren't you too lucky as well? But the one who survives to the end will be the true winner." Thunderbolt Badian glanced at Yunruoyan and Liemo. "So it's just the two of you. Where's that Zhuifeng? Why didn't he come with you to die?" Thunderbolt Badian had suffered a few setbacks at Zhuifeng's hands, and in his heart, Zhuifeng, Yunruoyan, and Liemo were all on his kill list. Courting death. Both Yunruoyan and Liemo laughed. Liemo replied disdainfully, "Just you. The two of us entered your Thunderclap city as if we were in an uninhabited place. How dare you all? Do you think that Thunderbolt City is your home? Come and go as you please. Today, none of you will be able to return." Thunderbolt Badian shouted, "Where are the warriors of the warrior regiment?" As soon as he gave the order, 7 or 8 warriors burst through the doors and windows of the private room. These warriors all released their auras, and every one of them was at least a great perfection swordsman. The room wasn't large to begin with, and with 8 warriors surrounding Yunruoyan's group, as well as Thunderclap Badian and Roan Yuashan standing behind them, the entire room was packed to the brim. "So it was a trap," Liemo whispered. Yunruoyan glanced at the surrounding warriors and whispered back, "Even if it was a trap, we had to act." Liemo didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Thunderbolt Badian with his long, narrow eyes. "From the looks of it, you knew that we were in Thunderbolt City all along, and you set up this trap to capture us." "Ha!" Pai Badian sneered in a rather pleased manner and said, "The two of you are top-notch in terms of concealment and speed of escape. You're so familiar with Thunderbolt City and Thunderbolt Manor, but it's as if you've entered an uninhabited land. So, this young master really doesn't know when you two will come, but I know that you two will definitely come. Even without the Wind Crown, based on your personalities, you two will still come for the sake of those girls from the artistic team. That's why you hung the girls from the troupe on the city walls. You did it to lure us here." Yunruoyan demanded. "That's right." Thunderbolt Badian didn't deny his motives at all. "I knew that you'd go up to the city walls and find out the whereabouts of their leader from that slut. As a result, I've had my men keep an eye on Andy Hong every day, and I finally found out that you'd rescued Andy Hong's servant, Ah Fei, from the prison. Coupled with the fact that a battle is about to break out, you'd definitely be anxious to enter the Thunderbolt Manor to capture the Wind Coronet. However, I wasn't confident that I'd be able to capture you there. That's why you came up with the idea of using young Master Feng as bait to capture us, Liamo added. That's right. The entire tea house is filled with warriors of the Thunderbolt Manor, and I'd like to see how you'll escape with the Wind Coronet. Thunderbolt Baishan's face was filled with glee. If not for the Wind Coronet, it wouldn't have been impossible for the two of them to break out of the encirclement. However, the Wind Coronet's legs were severely injured, and it was difficult for him to even stand up. Yun Ruoyan wished that she could store him in her silver bracelet like Qiuqiu did. As this thought flashed through her mind, Qiuqiu's voice rang out in her mind. Mistress, you still have something you haven't used yet. It'll come in handy this time. Yun Ruoyan scanned the bracelet with her spiritual sense and saw the item that Qiuqiu was talking about. A faint smile appeared on her face. Then, Yun Ruoyan had Qiuqiu relay this news to Liamo. When Liamo heard Qiuqiu's voice, he turned to look at Yun Ruoyan, who nodded back at him. Don't worry about me. Just then, the heavily injured Wind Coronet, who was lying behind Yun Ruoyan and Liamo, spoke up. You two escape on your own. Yun Ruoyan turned to look at the Wind Coronet. Blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his internal injuries were probably not light. She turned around and squatted down to pass a healing pill to Wind Crown. At the same time, she took out an item and placed it in his hand. Then, she said in a very small voice, once we start fighting, open this. The Wind Crown took the item and nodded. Yun Ruoyan stood up once more and stood next to Liamo. Liamo glanced at Yun Ruoyan, who nodded back at him almost imperceptibly. Only then did Liamo turn to Thunderbolt Badian. Do you think this will be enough to trap us? Young lord, we've come prepared. All right, I'd like to see just how prepared you are, Thunderbolt Badian ordered. Capture these three. Following Thunderbolt Baishan's command, the 7 or 8 warriors each took out their weapons and charged at the two. Young lord, do it. Yun Ruoyan called out to the Wind Coronet behind her as she took out Qi Tong. Thunderbolt Badian paused for a moment, then unfurled the scroll in his hand. As soon as it was unfurled, the scroll emitted a white light that enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, Thunderbolt Badian, the white light, and the scroll disappeared. A spatial scroll. Thunderbolt Badian exclaimed. He hadn't expected Liamo and Yun Ruoyan to have such a trick up their sleeves. My apologies, but when I came here from the Qinyuan continent, I still had this treasure with me, and I never had the chance to use it, Yun Ruoyan replied slowly. It just so happens that it's coming in handy today. This spatial scroll had been refined by the first elder on the Qinyuan continent, and it had been kept in Yun Ruoyan's pocket dimension all this time. If not for Qiuqiu's reminder, Yun Ruoyan would have forgotten about it. Since there's nothing to worry about, my wife and I won't be playing with you anymore, young lord. As Liamo spoke, he swept the azure light sword in his hand in all directions, and the powerful sword Qi instantly forced all the surrounding warriors to retreat. The doors and windows of the private room were also sent flying by the sword Qi. The wooden walls were shattered, and the roof collapsed. Liamo held Yun Ruoyan's hand as they stepped onto the sword and soared into the clouds. Capture them for me. Thunderclap knocked aside a large piece of wood that had fallen from the roof with his bare hands and pointed at Yun Ruoyan and Liamo in midair. As soon as Yun Ruoyan turned around, she saw that the hand that Thunderbolt Badian had pointed at them was wearing an ancient-looking ring. It was Lin Qingqian's spatial ring, but with the current circumstances, it would be nearly impossible to retrieve it. Yun Ruoyan gritted her teeth and turned her attention away from the ring. 7 or 8 warriors charged toward Liamo and Yun Ruoyan on their swords, while Yun Ruoyan continued to use her spiritual techniques to repel them. However, their speed couldn't keep up with Liamo's sword in the first place, and with Yun Ruoyan's interference, the two of them managed to shake them off in less than 2 hours. After shaking off the warriors, the two of them didn't leave immediately. Instead, they circled around the city once more before sneaking into the city. Liamo had released Imo, who had been hiding in his sleeves, when no one was paying attention. By the time the two of them entered Thunderbolt, the sky had already darkened, and the city had entered a curfew. Under Mo's lead, the two of them easily evaded the city's patrols and arrived at a small alley not far from the tea house that they had just entered. This small alley was a gathering place for some beggars. At night, there were beggars sleeping everywhere. "Young master, we're here to pick you up," Yun Ruoyan called out as soon as she landed. "I'm here." Yun Ruoyan and Liamo immediately walked toward the source of the call. Feng Mian struggled to stand up from the crowd of beggars, but his leg was injured and he was unable to do so. Liamo reached out and helped him up. Yun Ruoyan looked at Feng Mian from head to toe. He was dressed in beggar's clothes, and he looked extremely disheveled. In the evening, a warrior came to investigate, and I swapped clothes with a beggar, Feng Mian began. Wind Crown said, "It's all thanks to Miss Yun's spatial scroll this time. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for me to escape. I've only heard my father mention this scroll before, but I didn't expect to see it on the two of you. Young master, there's no need to be so polite. This is only a low-rank spatial scroll, and it can only teleport you 100 meters away. We didn't expect it to be so useful this time either," Yun Ruoyan began. "We'll take you away from Thunderbolt City now." Because the teleportation distance was too short, this spatial scroll had never been put to use, but this time, it had proved to be a great help. Yun Ruoyan and Liamo brought Feng Mian and Hoodlum, who had been waiting for them along the way. The three of them flew out of the eastern gate that very night, heading toward Wind City. Hoodlum flew behind them on a white sword. She turned back to look at the 15 corpses of her sisters hanging from the city walls, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. She knew that it wouldn't be long before her most beloved mistress would be hanging from the city walls, exposed to the elements, and bitten by flies. "As soon as we get back, we'll send someone over to retrieve the corpses of our sisters." Yun Ruoyan walked up to Hoodlum's side, her eyes also brimming with tears as she looked at the city walls behind them. She sighed. "But Auntie Hong, I understand Miss Yun." Hoodlum wiped away the tears on her face. To have her abandon her sisters and escape on her own is even more unbearable than killing her. "That's right," Yun Ruoyan replied. "I rarely admire anyone, but Auntie Hong is an extraordinary woman that I can't help but admire. It's a pity that she and Feng Mian had to go together." Chapter 423. After a full day and night of flight, the three of them finally arrived at Sun City, a city on the outskirts of Wind City. Wind Crown was currently discussing the upcoming battle with Feng Yicheng and Feng Bo in the camp's main tent. Suddenly, a warrior came to report that 4 people were flying towards them from the direction of Thunderbolt City. "It must be Liamo and Yun Ruoyan who rescued the young city lord," Feng Yicheng exclaimed. Feng Yanyang and Feng Bo also stood up from their seats and walked out of the tent, looking up at the 4 approaching figures. "Great, we're finally back." When Feng Yanyang saw them clearly, he finally said excitedly. The 4 of them landed in front of the tent, and Feng Yanyang and the other 2 hurried over. "Mian, Feng Yanyang called out. "Father." Feng Mian called out to his father with tears in his eyes. He had finally returned to his father's side, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Feng Mian had expected that Feng Yanyang would greet him warmly upon seeing him, but he didn't expect that Feng Yanyang would suddenly stop in front of him. His concerned expression also disappeared, replaced by a stern expression. Then, before Feng Mian could react, Feng Yanyang suddenly raised his hand and gave Feng Mian a slap. Feng Mian's leg was already injured, and this slap almost caused him to lose his balance. Fortunately, Feng Yicheng reached out to support him, and Feng Mian didn't fall to the ground. Father! Feng Mian clutched his face in disbelief. Why did you hit me? You unfilial son. Feng Yannyang pointed at Feng Mian's nose angrily. You don't even know why I hit you. What did I teach you in the past? I told you to cultivate your character and stay away from gambling and brothels, but what did you do? Not only did you break the rules of the army, you even fell into the enemy's trap. Do you think you deserve to be hit? Feng Mian clutched his face and pursed his lips. He didn't say a word, but his gaze and expression were unyielding. City Lord, the young City Lord has only just returned, and he's still injured. Please don't be too harsh on him, Feng Bo interjected. Wind count. Feng Yannyang shouted angrily, I haven't punished you yet. I told you to discipline him strictly, but you always let him do as he pleases. With his current state, how can I be at ease leaving the Feng clan in his hands in the future? City Lord, it's my fault. Count of the Wind bowed and said, I didn't fulfill my duty as a teacher. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Feng Yannyang looked at the unconvinced Feng Mian, then at Feng Bo, and finally sighed. His tone was filled with disappointment. Forget it, forget it. This is a lesson for you. If there's a next time, I won't send anyone to save you, you unfilial son. Father, thank you for saving my life. Feng Mian said coldly. Without waiting for Feng Yannyang to reply, he shook off Feng Yicheng's support and limped towards his own residence. Stop! Feng Yannyang shouted from behind, what kind of attitude is this? Do you still respect me, your father? City Lord, please calm down. Young City Lord just escaped from death, don't be angry with him. Feng Yicheng advised. Yicheng, don't speak up for him. If he was half as capable as you, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Feng Yannyang's words sounded behind Feng Mian. Every word was like a knife stabbing into his back, piercing through his flesh and straight into his heart. He felt a fishy taste gushing out from his stomach. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Young City Lord. Mian, Amidst the cries of the crowd, Feng Mian finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Although Feng Mian didn't suffer any serious internal injuries, his external injuries were very serious. He didn't have time to treat his injuries during the flight. Plus, he was so angry that he fainted just like that. Tian, how could you be so reckless this time? In Pai City's Castellan mansion, Thunderflame reprimanded Thunderflame when he found out that Feng Mian had been rescued. We went through so much trouble to finally capture Feng Yannyang's only son, and you actually let him be rescued just like that? I heard from the warriors that you brought him out on purpose. Why? You have to explain yourself to me today. Father, please calm down. Thunderflame hurriedly took a cup of tea from the table and handed it to Thunderflame, but Thunderflame waved it away, clearly angered by Thunderflame's decision. Thunderbolt Badian placed the teacup back on the table and said, I naturally have my reasons for doing this. Thunderflame raised an eyebrow. What reasons do you have? Father, what kind of person do you think Feng Yannyang is? Thunderflame asked in return. What kind of person is Feng Yannyang? Thunderflame repeated Thunderflame's words, thinking for a moment before replying, he's a crafty old Taoist, a hypocrite. Apart from being crafty, he's also a strong-willed man who's willing to sacrifice everything for his family, Thunderflame added. Based on my understanding of him, he wouldn't surrender to us for Feng Mian, not even in exchange for Liemo and Yunruoyan. If we were to use Feng Mian as a meat shield to threaten Feng Yannyang, we'd be tarnishing the Thunderflame family's reputation. If we were to kill Feng Mian, we'd be used by the Feng family to accuse us of being ruthless. Not only would Feng Mian be of no use to us, but he'd also become a hot potato. So, you purposely brought him out and let someone save him? Thunderflame asked. And our kidnapping of Wind Crown was just a waste of effort? That's not the case, Thunderflame hurriedly replied. When I captured Feng Mian, I already had a plan in mind. This was my first move, and if things had gone according to my plan, the Feng family might have lost without us having to do anything. Even if they hadn't lost, it would have been a fatal blow to them. Oh. Hearing Pai Baishan's words, Thunderflame finally revealed a look of interest. Your father would like to hear what this move of yours is. How could it be so powerful? Thunderous Flame frowned. After Thunderous Flame finished speaking, Thunderous Flame turned to look at him and said, Are you confident that things will develop according to your plan? Thunderous Flame asked, Are you confident that things will develop according to your plan? To be honest, I'm only 50% confident, Thunderflame replied. Thunderbolt Badian said, The key lies in Crown Wind. Based on my understanding of him and Feng Yanyang, in addition to the effort I've put in these few days, I definitely have a 50% chance of success. Even if things don't work out, we won't lose anything. 50%, Thunderflame replied. Thunderflame glanced at Thunderflame appreciatively and said, If this is the result, then the 50% chance is worth it. That night, Feng Yicheng sat in an empty field, gulping down a mouthful of wine. Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo walked up to him. Brother Feng, we were looking for you to drink with us, Li Mo began. Do you mind joining us? Feng Yicheng lowered his head and didn't speak, but he shook his head to indicate that he didn't mind. Li Mo sat by his side, took off his robe, and placed it on the ground. Yun Ruoyan sat on top of his robe. Feng Yicheng raised his head and drank all of the wine in his gourd in one gulp. Then, with a clang, he threw the gourd far away. Li Mo handed him the gourd, and Feng Yicheng continued gulping down the contents of his gourd. Brother Feng, tomorrow's the battle. Take care of yourself, Li Mo reminded him. Earlier in the day, when Yun Ruoyan had told Feng Yicheng about Auntie Hong's situation, he'd started to lose his wits. However, he'd still insisted on listening to Li Mo, Yun Ruoyan, and Hoodlum's recount of the situation in Thunderclap City. Hoodlum's report on the smaller families was particularly important. Hoodlum had suggested continuing to incite defection from the smaller families, and he'd even volunteered to go, but Feng Yanyang had refused. Hoodlum was likely to be the sole survivor of the troop, and Feng Yanyang couldn't bear to see him risk his life again. I thought that she'd take care of herself for my sake, but she still chose to die with her sister, Feng Yicheng murmured. Is it so hard to live for my sake? Don't tell me I'm not worth her living for me. No one could answer Feng Yicheng's question. Yun Ruoyan suspected that even Auntie Hong wouldn't be able to answer it. Auntie Hong was simply making her own decision, and there was no such thing as whether it was worth it or not. Auntie Hong isn't dead yet, Yun Ruoyan replied casually. If you save her yourself, perhaps she'll return with you. Feng Yicheng sat up straight, his eyes glowing as he looked at Yun Ruoyan. Are you telling the truth? If I save her myself, will she leave with me? I can't be sure, Yun Ruoyan replied. Yun Ruoyan looked at Feng Yicheng and replied honestly, but there's a higher chance. Even so, I think you should give it a try. Give it a try, a higher chance. Feng Yicheng repeated Yun Ruoyan's words, the light in his eyes fading as he smiled bitterly. The battle will begin the day after tomorrow, and I'm the vanguard. I can't let go of my responsibility just because of a little hope. Feng Yicheng raised his head and drank the entire flask of wine that Li Mo had given him. Yun Ruoyan sighed. If you think that responsibility is more important than a little hope, I suggest that you don't drink. It'll only make things worse. Yun Ruoyan was about to stand up when Li Mo stood up and gently helped her up. I'm tired. Let's go back, Yun Ruoyan said as she leaned against Li Mo. All right, Li Mo murmured, then helped Yun Ruoyan leave. Yun Ruoyan stopped after 2 steps and turned back to Feng Yicheng. If you can't save her, think of how to avenge her. You don't have to drink this wine. Feng Yicheng finally stopped drinking. He tossed the flask in his hand to Liemo, who caught it with a wave of his hand. Then, he put the flask away and helped Yun Ruoyan continue walking. Feng Yicheng's shouts came from behind them. Hong, I'll kill the Thunder Father and Son to avenge you. Chapter 424. On a small path in the barracks, Liemo supported Yun Ruoyan as they walked carefully. Even when Yun Ruoyan wanted to walk faster, Liemo would feel strangely nervous. Liemo, I haven't had Qingchen and Count of the Wind take a look yet. Perhaps the Kuei water came too late. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but ask, would you be disappointed if I didn't get pregnant? No, Liemo replied without hesitation. Just let nature take its course. Tomorrow, I'll have Count of the Wind and Qingchen take a look at you. Despite his words, Liemo still carefully supported Yun Ruoyan. No matter what happens in the future, no matter who you're doing it for, you have to take care of yourself. Staying alive is the most important thing. Yes, Yun Ruoyan replied. Yun Ruoyan replied casually, no matter when, no matter the reason, we'll always put each other first. Good. Limeo's lips curled up slightly, and he clasped his hands tightly together. In a dark corner, Zhui Feng watched Yun Ruoyan and Limeo's receding figures with a complicated expression. These past few days, Zhui Feng had been worried about Yun Ruoyan and Liemo in Thunderbolt City. Now that she had finally returned safely, he didn't even have the courage to appear in front of her and speak to her. Zhui Feng hated himself for doing such a thing to Yun Ruoyan that night. He knew that in Yun Ruoyan's heart, he must have been a terrible person, and she would never want to see him again. You really can't be taught. That sinister voice appeared in Zhui Feng's mind once more. I've already helped you take the first step, but you still don't dare to take the second. This voice transformed all of Zhui Feng's helplessness and bitterness into anger. He gripped tightly onto a vine beside him, so tightly that he didn't even notice the thorns on the vine stabbing into his hand. Fresh blood dripped from his palm onto the moist soil. If it weren't for me, you probably wouldn't even be able to hold the hand of the woman you love in your life. But because of my help, you've already tasted her. The demon spirit once again used that bewitching voice to say, "Hee, isn't it very sweet? Zhui Feng, don't you want more now? As long as you follow my wishes, I can guarantee you a complete Yun Ruoyan. What do you think? Dream on." Zhui Feng clenched his teeth and sneered, "If there comes a day when I can't control you, I'll definitely take you to hell with me when that day comes. Aren't you looking forward to that day? Ha ha ha. You." The demon spirit was choked by Zhui Feng and helplessly said, "Forget it, one day you will understand how wonderful it is to follow your own desires. That day will never come." Zhui Feng resolutely said, "Even if I die, I will never hurt the people I love." The next day, Liemo summoned Lin Qingchen and Count of the Wind to his and Yun Ruoyan's lodgings. Lin Qingchen first took Yun Ruoyan's pulse, and when she placed her finger on Lin Qingchen's wrist, her face lit up with joy. "Sister Ruoyan, you're pregnant." Yun Ruoyan looked at Lin Qingchen, her picturesque eyes filled with both joy and nervousness. "Qingchen, are you sure?" "Of course," Lin Qingchen replied. "When I was learning how to take pulses from an old physician at the physician's residence, the first thing I learned was to take the pulse of pregnancy. There's no way I'm wrong. Sister Ruoyan, you're pregnant. Ruoyan, from now on, you're not allowed to fly on a sword by yourself." Liemo finally spoke up. Although both of them had been mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel excited and nervous. Especially Liemo, a man who wouldn't frown even if the sky were to collapse, was as nervous as a child in the face of something like this. Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen couldn't help but laugh when they saw Liemo's expression. "It looks like I'm no longer needed here, haha." Count of the Wind laughed as well. That's right, Lin Qingchen joked. Lin Qingchen joked, sister, brother-in-law, you're too nervous. I could have done it myself, but we still had to trouble you. Yen has been traveling back and forth with me these past few days. Please take a good look at her and see if she needs any nourishment, Liemo said seriously. Lin Qingchen stepped aside and allowed Count of the Wind to take Yun Ruoyan's pulse. It's nothing serious. As he took Yun Ruoyan's pulse, Count of the Wind continued, Miss Yun, no, I shouldn't call you madam. You're in good health. Because Yun Ruoyan didn't seem like a married woman, everyone was still used to calling her Mississippi. However, now that she was about to become a mother, it would be inappropriate to continue calling her Mississippi. Count of the Wind paused, as if he had discovered something, and frowned. What's the matter, Count of the Wind? Count of the Wind's actions made Liemo nervous. Are you practicing a yin-yang cultivation technique? Count of the Wind asked. We'll have to stop for a while. Yun Ruoyan and Liemo glanced at each other, instantly understanding what Count of the Wind meant by yin-yang cultivation. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but blush. Liemo hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes. Is there anything else we should pay attention to? Not at the moment. Count of the Wind thought for a moment. How about this? Today, I'll refine a few pills to protect your pregnancy, in case you need them. Tomorrow's the big battle. As the commander-in-chief, you're bound to be busy, so let's not waste your time. Both Liemo and I know how to refine pills. If you give us the recipe, we can refine the pills ourselves. Yes, we can refine them ourselves, Liemo agreed. That's fine too. Count Feng said, I will write down the formula for you. You can refine the medicine according to the formula. You can carry the medicine with you just in case. The Count of Feng walked over to his desk and wrote down the recipe and concoction method, handing it to Liemo. There's no need for the two of you to participate in the battle tomorrow, Count of the Wind said. The battle is yet to come. Just then, Feng Yicheng suddenly ran into the room in a panic. As he ran, he shouted, Count of the Wind, where's Count of the Wind? Come and save me. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw Feng Yicheng's expression. What could have caused him to lose his composure like this? Yicheng, what happened? Count of the Wind hurriedly walked up to him and asked. Everyone's gaze turned to Feng Yicheng. Quick, go to the city lord. He's been assassinated. Feng Yicheng shouted. Feng Yanyang had been assassinated. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They rushed out of the door and sword rays appeared under their feet as they flew towards Feng Yanyang's residence. City Lord. As soon as Feng Bo's feet touched the ground, he yelled as he ran into the house. There was a pool of dark red blood at the door of the house, which extended all the way into the house. Count of the Wind rushed into the room and looked at the bedridden Feng Yanyang. Feng Yanyang's face was extremely pale, and his eyes were half-lidded. Clearly, he had lost too much blood. Feng Yanyang's bed was surrounded by 5 or 6 secret warriors, all of whom had been sent by Count of the Wind to protect him. Count of the Wind couldn't believe that Feng Yanyang had been so heavily injured under such tight protection. Liemo, Yun Ruoyan, and Feng Yicheng rushed over, and they were equally shocked to see Feng Yanyang's injuries. It wasn't unusual for someone to be assassinated, and it was understandable for him to be lightly injured. But for him to be so heavily injured in his own camp, under the protection of so many experts, was simply unbelievable. After a brief moment of shock, Count of the Wind immediately rushed forward to treat Feng Yanyang's injuries. Count of the Wind took out several bottles of spiritual pills and fed them to Feng Yanyang. Then, he infused a large amount of spiritual energy into his body. Only then did Feng Yanyang's pale face regain some color. However, his chest was still bleeding profusely. Both Yun Ruoyan and Liemo took out medicines to stop the bleeding, but the high-grade and even saint-grade medicines seemed to have no effect on Feng Yannyang's wound. Blood continued to gush out of the wound. Everyone knew that the wound was not an ordinary one. What's going on? Count of the Wind couldn't help but shout at the warriors around him. All the warriors knelt on the ground with a thud and lowered their heads. Not a single one of them opened their mouths to speak. I know what happened. Feng Yicheng walked to Feng Yinyang's bed and knelt down as well. If you know, then tell me, what happened? Who's the assassin, and where did he go? Count of the Wind asked. The assassin was the young city lord, Feng Yicheng replied. What? What did you say? Say it again, who's the assassin? Count of the Wind couldn't believe his ears. He grabbed Feng Yicheng by the collar and lifted him up. Uncle, the city lord was stabbed by the young city lord, said Feng Yicheng as he looked up at the Count of Wind. How is that possible? Why would he assassinate the city lord? Why would he kill his own father? Count of the Wind's eyes were wide open, filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief. Count of the Wind, it was indeed the young city lord who did it. The captain of the warrior group, Old Lin, said, if it wasn't for the young city lord, how could we have let him succeed? We didn't expect that the young city lord would assassinate the city lord, so we didn't take any precautions. That's why it led to such a disaster. We deserve to die. All of the warriors shouted. It's really the young city lord. It's really the young city lord. Why? Why? Count of Wind asked in a suppressed voice. Feng Yanyang called out weakly. City lord, Feng Yanyang immediately went to Feng Yanyang's side to listen to him. Capture that unfilial son. Feng Yanyang said with great effort. Feng Bo received the order and immediately sent a warrior to catch Feng Dian. After Feng Dian stabbed Feng Yanyang, he took advantage of the chaos and ran away. Along the way, no one intercepted him because of his identity as the young city lord. However, not much time had passed, and with his cultivation, he could not run far. Feng Yanyang's wound was on his heart. The dagger was pulled out on the spot, and his heart was fatally injured. Even in this situation, with an expert like Count of the Wind and a large amount of spirit herbs, Feng Yanyang should have been able to be saved. However, the dagger had been tempered with a type of poison that prevented the wound from healing and sped up the flow of blood. There was no antidote for this poison. Once one was poisoned, they would bleed profusely and eventually die from excessive blood loss. Chapter 425. The warriors were sent out to capture Feng Mian. Feng Yanyang knew he wouldn't be able to survive and could only rely on spirit medicines and Feng Bo's spirit energy to keep him alive. Yicheng, come here. Feng Yanyang stared at the kneeling Feng Yicheng. Feng Yicheng kneeled in front of Feng Yanyang and waited for his order. Feng Yanyang then turned to Feng Bo and said, Feng Bo, bring me the second box in the drawer of my desk. Feng Bo nodded and followed Feng Yanyang's instructions. He took out a purplish-red jade box from the drawer and handed it to Feng Yanyang respectfully. Open it. Feng Yanyang continued to order, and Count of Feng opened the purplish-red jade box. Inside the jade box lay a large, sparkling, and translucent seal. This is a seal carved from a piece of saint-grade spirit crystal stone. Feng Yanyang said, it is also the symbol of the Lord of Wind City. Originally, this seal should have been inherited by my only son, Feng Mian, but that unfilial son lost the right to inherit Wind City. Now, I will pass this seal to a descendant of the Feng clan, Feng Yicheng. City Lord. Feng Yicheng looked at Feng Yanyang in shock. How can I inherit Wind City? I can't. Feng Bo was also shocked and knelt with Feng Yicheng. Absolutely not. Yicheng is still young and has a lowly status. How can he inherit Wind City? Absolutely not. Yi Cheng is the most outstanding descendant of the Feng clan. Feng Yannyang said, if I say he is qualified, then he is qualified. But, no buts. Feng Yannyang had clearly made up his mind. He looked at the stunned Feng Yi Cheng and said, Yi Cheng, I will now, in the name of the Feng clan lord, bestow this seal that represents the authority of the clan to you. You must uphold the Feng clan's traditions and make it flourish. Feng Yi Cheng looked at Feng Bo and then at Feng Yannyang, but he still didn't dare to take the seal. Yi Cheng, you're a good child. Do you want to see me die with my eyes open? Feng Yannyang panicked and blood flowed out of his chest even more violently. Brother Feng, Liemo spoke up from the side. This is an urgent matter, and you've been entrusted with this task. Sigh. Count of the Wind also sighed and said, you can continue this journey. Only then did Feng Yi Cheng tremblingly accept the purple-red box with the seal inside. Feng Yi Cheng will remember City Lord's words. Feng Yi Cheng held the box in his hand and kowtowed deeply to Feng Yannyang. At this time, Old Lin walked in from outside the door and reported, the young City Lord has been captured. How should we deal with him? Everyone's gaze fell on Feng Yannyang, waiting for his order. Feng Yanyang's face revealed a pained and complicated expression. His only son was the one who killed him. This kind of pain was incomprehensible to those who had never experienced it. Detain the young City Lord first. Seeing Feng Yannyang's reaction, Feng Yannyang wanted to postpone this matter, but Feng Yannyang said, bring that unfilial son here. Yes. Old Lin replied and walked out. Then, he brought 2 warriors with him and brought Wind Crowning. Feng Mian's clothes were disheveled. He had clearly been through a fight, and he was limping as he walked. Let me go. Feng Mian struggled free of the 2 warriors' restraints and stood in front of Feng Yannyang's bed. Unfilial son, kneel. Feng Yannyang sat up agitatedly. Large amounts of blood gushed out of his chest, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. Even though Feng Yannyang was on the verge of death, his authority as the head of the family didn't diminish. Feng Mian knelt with a thud and buried his head in the ground. Father, young City Lord, why did you do this to the City Lord? He's your father. Count of the Wind asked in confusion. Feng Mian raised his head and looked at Feng Yannyang on the bed. He's my father, but that's only in name. He's never cared about me. You're my only son. Is it wrong for me to be strict with you? Feng Yannyang emotionally said, your talents are not high, so I hoped that you would be able to cultivate. But later on, I found that it was hard to make up for it. I could only hope that you could cultivate your mind, but you couldn't even do this. So, you want to cripple me and give the position to Feng Yi Cheng. Feng Mian straightened his back and pointed at Feng Yi Cheng. At this time, Feng Yi Cheng was holding the clan master's seal. Sometimes, I wonder if I am your son, or if Feng Yi Cheng is your son. Feng Mian continued, ever since Feng Yi Cheng came, every time you mentioned him, you would be full of praise and satisfaction. But when it comes to me, you only have dissatisfaction. Are you satisfied now? You finally have a reason to give the position to Feng Yi Cheng. You have been planning this for a long time, and now, it has finally come true. Young City Lord. Count of the Wind interrupted, who told you that the City Lord passed the position to Yi Cheng? The City Lord has always been grooming you as his successor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strict with you. Why did you misunderstand the City Lord? I didn't misunderstand him. Feng Mian stood up and pointed at Feng Yannyang on the bed. Thunderbolt Batian stole his handwritten letter. The letter said that he wanted to accept Feng Yi Cheng as his son to replace me, so you guys don't have to force yourselves to save me. Even if you did save me, I wouldn't be qualified to be the City Lord with my aptitude. He told you to help Feng Yi Cheng in the future. So that's why you tried to kill the City Lord. Count of the Wind was heartbroken. Yes. Feng Mian didn't deny it. He hysterically said, "That is clearly my position, why would I give it to Feng Yicheng? He's only a lowly person from the Feng clan from a lower continent. I made a deal with Thunderbolt Batian. As long as I kill my father and submit to Thunderbolt City, I can inherit Wind City and obtain everything I deserve. I am the young master of the Feng clan, I am the future city lord of Wind City." Feng Mian looked at the people around him with a crazed expression. But when he saw the pale and dying Feng Yangyang on the bed, his legs softened and he knelt down. Tears finally flowed down his face. "Father, why can't I meet your demands no matter how hard I try? Why do you only feel dissatisfied and harsh towards me? Why was I captured as a hostage? I suffered so much in prison but you didn't care at all. Why didn't you come to see me when I was seriously injured and unconscious? You didn't come to see me so I had to come to see you. But you still didn't give me a good look and told me to leave here, to stay in Wind City and not cause trouble for you. Could it be that I, your son, have always been a burden to you?" Feng Yangyang was stunned when he heard Feng Mian's words. He never thought that his strict request would hurt Feng Mian. He indeed hated iron for not becoming steel, but Feng Mian was his son. Which father in this world wouldn't love his own child? But when Feng Yangyang thought about it, he didn't seem to have a loving side to Feng Mian other than being strict. "Father, I really didn't want to do this to you. You wanted to give up on me so I couldn't control myself, father." Feng Mian once again prostrated on the ground. "You've been deceived. I didn't write that letter, and I've never thought of giving up on you. Before you attacked me, I still treated you as my successor." Feng Yangyang said in a low voice, "But you are indeed not the candidate for the Wind City Lord. I already knew this, but because you are my son, I still wanted to pass the position to you. I really hoped that you would be able to live up to my expectations. But things have proven that I shouldn't have forced you. It's my fault, it's my fault. City Lord, you should take a rest. We can talk about the matter of the young lord later." Feng Bo saw that Feng Yangyang's condition wasn't good. Feng Yangyang waved his hand. He knew that he couldn't make it. If he continued to lose blood like this, he would only be able to live for another 2 hours even with spirit medicines and spirit energy. He had to make the best use of his time. "Imprison Feng Mian in the city lord's manor for the rest of his life," Feng Yangyang ordered. Feng Yangyang said, "Feng Yicheng will be the next city lord and the next Feng clan master. Everyone here will do their best to support him." "Yes, city lord." Everyone, including Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo, responded. "Before the battle between the Feng and Li families ends, no funeral will be announced. You must destroy the Li family and avenge me." Feng Yangyang continued. 2 hours after Feng Yangyang issued these orders, he was finally unable to reverse the situation due to excessive blood loss and passed away with great regret. Feng Mian was then escorted back to the Wind City Lord's manor. Feng Yicheng took over the position of City Lord without any preparation, and the battle was about to begin on the second day. Feng Yangyang's funeral was kept a secret. In fact, apart from a few people present at the time, not many people from the Feng family knew that he had passed away. Feng Yicheng took up residence in the main tent as the commander-in-chief. He ordered Zhuo Feng to take over his position as the vanguard of the Feng army. With the help of Feng Bo and Li Mo, he continued to plan for tomorrow's battle. In just half a day, Feng Yicheng had fully displayed his talent as a commander. He had arranged everything perfectly, and it wasn't any worse than when Feng Yangyang was still around. Even Feng Bo couldn't help but admire Feng Yicheng even more. The next day, before the sun had even risen, Feng Yicheng personally led 500 warriors out of Yang City. They headed straight for another town that used to belong to the Feng family, but had since been taken over by the Li family. When the army arrived at Li City's gate, the guards finally reacted. Even though they had already prepared their defenses, the Feng clan's sudden attack was truly unexpected. It only took half a day for Feng Yicheng to take down Li City. Without stopping, Feng Yicheng took back Li City and led the 500 warriors to the next city that the Thunderclap clan conquered. Chapter 426. In just 3 short days, Feng Yicheng relied on the power of 500 warriors to take back the 5 small cities that the Thunderclap clan had taken from the Feng clan. The Thunderbolt clan also reacted quickly. Outside the Thunderbolt clan's border city, Flame City, the Thunderbolt clan's warriors, led by Thunderbolt Batian, quickly set up a sturdy defense. Feng Yicheng's 500 warriors were met with their first strong resistance and counterattack. After repelling Feng Yicheng's 2 attacks, Thunderbolt Batian opened the city gates with his 500 warriors and engaged Feng Yicheng in direct combat. Feng Yicheng's 500 warriors had already been fighting for 3 to 4 days. Naturally, they weren't a match for Thunderbolt Batian and his subordinates. Shui Feng, who was leading the vanguard, rode to Feng Yicheng's side. "City Lord, we're no match for them. Let's retreat." Feng Yicheng looked at the Thunderbolt clan's warriors, whose morale had been greatly boosted by their victory. His expression grew serious. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, "Retreat." Shui Feng guarded Feng Yicheng's left and right sides as they retreated toward the cities they had previously conquered. "Want to run? Not so easy." Thunderbolt Batian led his subordinates in hot pursuit of Feng Yicheng and Shui Feng. They followed them all the way into a ravine before stopping. "Young lord, the terrain here is dangerous. We can't go any further," one of Thunderbolt Batian's personal warriors informed him. Thunderbolt Batian looked around at the ravines on both sides. The terrain was indeed treacherous. Even the horse he was riding seemed to sense the danger and became uneasy. "Retreat," Thunderbolt Batian ordered. However, as soon as he gave his order, another order came from above the canyon. "Attack!" Nearly 100 warriors instantly appeared above the ravine. The one who had given the order was none other than Li Mo. Feng Yicheng and Shui Feng's 500 warriors turned their horses around and charged at Thunderbolt Batian and his warriors. The sky was filled with fireballs, vines, icicles, rocks, and even sandstorms that covered the sky flew towards Thunderbolt Batian and the others. In front of them was the counterattack of Wind Yicheng, Shui Feng, and the other 500 warriors. "Retreat, retreat quickly." Thunderbolt Batian's group of several hundred cultivators retreated in panic as they tried to fend off the hundreds of cultivators on either side of the gorge, who were executing all sorts of external spiritual techniques under Li Mo's leadership. In the blink of an eye, the chase had turned into an escape. Under the desperate protection of several hundred Thunderclap warriors, Thunderclap Batian managed to escape back to Flame City. However, the warriors that followed him suffered heavy casualties. In the end, less than 50 of them managed to escape with him. On the square of the Feng clan's barracks, Old Lin and the other warriors who had just participated in the battle were flushed with excitement. The battle just now had vented the anger that had been bottled up for more than a year. Old Lin laughed heartily as he recounted the battle to a few warriors who had not participated in it. Everyone's blood was boiling as they listened. How satisfying! Those bastards were beaten to the point that they pissed their pants in terror and fled for their lives. They were truly in a sorry state. That Pai Batian is the same. If it weren't for his subordinates risking their lives to protect him, we would have definitely taken his head. Ah, boss, you're too biased. Why didn't you let me participate in such an intense battle? I'll definitely participate next time, one of the warriors who had stayed behind complained. Yes, me too. I want to go as well. There's no point in staying behind. We're all going to fight. The other warriors who hadn't participated in the battle chimed in. This is only the beginning. There will be no shortage of intense battles in the future. Everyone will have a chance. Old Lin glanced at Shui Feng, who was standing to the side with his arms crossed. Old Lin couldn't help but recall the battle in front of him. Shui Feng's black whip was like an evil dragon from hell, so powerful that even old Lin was alarmed. Old Lin had seen with his own eyes how Zhuo Feng had whipped a peak blade master off his horse, then sent him flying with another lash. Zhuo Feng was the second person old Lin had seen, other than Fengbue, to be able to injure a peak blade master in an instant. However, old Lin could tell that Zhuo Feng's spiritual technique hadn't reached the level of a peak blade master, which puzzled him a little. Zhuo Feng. Old Lin walked up to Zhuo Feng and didn't beat around the bush. What's your level of cultivation now? 9th rank blade master. Why? Zhuo Feng countered. You really haven't reached the level of a peak blade master? No. Is there a problem? Zhuo Feng frowned. On the battlefield, I saw you injure a peak blade master with my own eyes. How did you do it? Zhuo Feng looked at old Lin. His gaze made old Lin feel cold for some reason. Just as old Lin was about to speak again, Zhuo Feng suddenly laughed. Brother Lin, don't joke around. How could I possibly defeat a peak blade master? However, I did manage to send quite a few of my peers flying. You must be seeing things. I'm seeing things. That's impossible. Hey, Zhuo Feng, don't go. Brother Lin, I'd better hurry back and cultivate, so that I can reach the level of a peak blade master as soon as possible. Old Lin wanted to continue asking, but Zhuo Feng had already left the plaza. As Zhuo Feng walked out of the plaza, the sinister voice in his head rang out once more. People will discover my existence sooner or later, especially Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo. Zhuo Feng, you'd better make your plans. Do you have a way to help me break through to the level of a peak blade master? Zhuo Feng asked the demon spirit. If he didn't want others to suspect him of borrowing the demon spirit's power, the only way was to increase his own strength. Of course I do. The demon spirit's tone was excited. But you'll have to pay a price for making a deal with me. What price? Zhuo Feng asked. To deepen our fusion, the demon spirit replied. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. There's a huge bottleneck between 9th rank and peak level blade master, and in order for you to break through this bottleneck, you'll need to borrow my demonic energy. That way, we'll have to deepen our bond. Deepening the degree of fusion with the demon's soul was not a joke. Zhuo Feng could still suppress the demon's soul now, but once he deepened the degree of fusion, Zhuo Feng knew that the demon's soul would do everything possible to suppress him. Actually, you don't have to take this risk. The demon spirit clearly saw through Zhuo Feng's concerns. If you don't want anyone to discover your secret, the best way is to leave. Leave this place, leave everyone, and find a secluded place to cultivate. When the spatial gate opens next year, you can return to where you came from, or stay here forever. Naturally, Zhuo Feng wouldn't leave. The war between the Feng and Thunderbolt families was imminent, and Yun Ruoyan would be caught in the whirlpool of that war. At a time like this, Zhuo Feng couldn't possibly leave. Alright, I agree to your price. Zhuo Feng no longer hesitated. You're really willing to strengthen your fusion with me? The demon spirit couldn't believe his ears. You're actually willing to make such a sacrifice for that Yun Ruoyan? Zhuo Feng, I really don't understand you at all. You like her, but you didn't dare confess your feelings for her. I helped you confess, but now you don't even dare to see her. You're actually willing to make such a sacrifice for her when she doesn't even know anything. Are you stupid? Stupid. Zhuo Feng smiled bitterly. Perhaps, but I'm willing to do this. Falling in love with someone who would never fall in love with him meant sacrificing himself. Zhuo Feng had already come to this realization. With the Feng family's first victory, their morale soared. Feng Yicheng led his army directly to the outskirts of Inferno City and set up camp, ready to attack. This Feng family is getting more and more arrogant. Thunderflame and Thunderbolt Batian stood side by side on top of Flame City's gate while looking at the Feng clan's camp 1 mile away from the city. Not only arrogant, but cunning as well. Thunder Tyrant Heavenly Tao. Because he underestimated the enemy, he fell into the enemy's trap. As a result, he lost hundreds of warriors. Even several of the warriors of the secret warrior group who had reached the Great Perfection realm were killed. The losses could not be said to be not heavy. We'll fight again tomorrow. Don't underestimate your enemy. If you see Yunruoyan and Liemo, capture them first. Thunderflame told Thunderflame, if we lose the city, we can take it back. As long as the Silver Dragon Elder is satisfied, we don't need to fear anything. Father, is the Great Elder rushing you? Thunderbolt Badian asked. Yes, he's already angry. I didn't complete the mission within 5 days, but he still bestowed you with holy water to save your life. Tian Her, do you know what this means? I don't know. Please enlighten me, Father. If we still can't capture Yunruoyan and Liemo, the Thunderflame family will disappear from the Nether Abyss continent. Thunderflame gazed into the distance. He knew that Yunruoyan and Liemo were there, but he couldn't capture them. His hands were clenched into fists. Tian, you must remember that the outcome of this battle isn't as important as capturing Yunruoyan and Liemo. I'll remember your words, Father, Thunderflame replied. I'll do everything in my power to capture Yunruoyan and Liemo. On the second day after they set up camp, the Thunderflame family began sending warriors to the Fang's camp to challenge them. Naturally, the Feng family didn't hesitate to send out their strongest warriors. This challenge was instigated by the Thunderflame family, and their goal was to regain some face from yesterday's defeat. Naturally, the Feng family wouldn't give that face to the Thunderflame family, and the two sides came to an agreement that the loser would surrender a city to the Thunderflame family. Both sides fought 7 or 8 times that day, with each side winning and losing. It wasn't until the Thunderflame family sent out a peak-level Sword Saint cultivator that the Feng family began to lose again and again. The challenge continued into the night, and neither side seemed to have any intention of stopping. The peak-level Sword Saint cultivator fought even more ferociously than before, showing no signs of losing. 2 warriors from the secret clan went up one after the other, and one was gravely injured while the other was dead. Even an expert like Old Lin had been severely injured. Feng Yichen, Yunruoyan, and the others couldn't help but frown. Chapter 427. Above Flame City, Thunderflame and Thunderclap Badian watched the battle unfold. Both of them revealed delighted smiles. Although the Feng family's overall strength has increased thanks to the Lai family's help, they're still far from being a match for the Thunderflame family. Zhu Tian is a top-notch expert that we've spent a great deal of spirit stones to nurture, and the Feng family won't be able to defeat him so easily. Zhu Tian has already won 2 matches in a row, and he only needs 1 more to win this challenge. So far, the only ones who can defeat Zhu Tian are the Count of Feng and Liemo, Thunderflame added. The Count of Feng's strength isn't to be underestimated. Even I'm no match for him, and Feng Yanong will surely leave him for last to deal with us. As such, the last challenger should be Liemo. Have you prepared the ambush I told you to prepare? Father, don't worry. Everything's ready, and we're just waiting for Liemo to take the field, Thunderflame replied angrily. Liemo and Yunruoyan are deeply in love, and either one of them could be used as a tool to blackmail the other. I didn't realize this until today, and I've missed so many opportunities to blackmail them. This time, we have to capture one of them, Thunderflame replied. His sharp gaze landed on the Feng camp, where Yunruoyan, Feng Yicheng, and the others were currently on the viewing platform. Feng Yicheng was wearing a large cloak that Feng Yanyang often wore, and his face was covered by a hood. From Thunderflame's distance, Thunderflame could only make out a rough outline of his figure, but not his face. Tian, it's been so many days, but Feng Yanyang is still alive and well. It looks like the Wind Crown didn't act according to your plan, Thunderflame commented coolly. Father, did you notice that the Wind Crown isn't on the viewing platform? Thunderbolt Batian asked as he looked at the viewing platform. Indeed, Thunderflame's tone changed. Could it be? There are 3 possibilities, Thunderflame continued. Thunderbolt Batian continued, firstly, Wind Crown didn't take any action. However, this possibility is very small. If he didn't take any action, he would definitely appear in the stands to accompany his father. What about the other 2 scenarios? Thunderflame asked. There are 2 other possibilities. First, Feng Mian failed to assassinate Feng Yangyang and was placed under house arrest. Second, Feng Mian managed to injure Feng Yangyang but did not kill him. That's why Feng Yangyang is hiding in his seat, not even daring to stand up. Pai Batian said. In other words, the 3rd scenario is the most likely. A faint smile appeared on Thunderflame's face. The 2 of them didn't expect that Feng Yangyang was already dead. However, because of the secret funeral and Feng Yicheng's group's measures, the Feng clan was not affected at all. Liamo and Yun Ruoyan watched from the back with Feng Yicheng, Count of the Wind, and the others. Looks like I'll have to make a move if I want to defeat this person. The Count of Wind looked at the warriors of the Thunderbolt clan and said slowly. No. Feng Yicheng said, First Uncle is a great safeguard for our Feng clan. If we take action now and the Thunderbolt clan keeps on attacking, I'm afraid it won't be easy for First Uncle to deal with it. Feng Yicheng turned to Liamo, brotherly, would you be willing to lend a hand? Zhu Tian was only a first-rank sword saint, but Liamo was a second-rank sword saint. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to defeat Zhu Tian. Liamo and Yun Ruoyan glanced at each other. Just as they were about to agree, the voices of the warriors could be heard from the camp. Someone else is going up to fight. Who? Even old Lin has been defeated. Who else would have the guts to fight? The warriors began to discuss among themselves. It's Zhuorifeng from the city guards, someone who recognized Zhuorifeng exclaimed. Is his cultivation even higher than old Lin's? Why didn't we know? Zhuorifeng. Isn't he only a 9th-rank sword saint? Isn't he just going to die? Qin Feng, who was with Zhuorifeng, asked. He had been standing with Zhuorifeng when Zhuorifeng suddenly walked out of the group and headed towards Zhu Tian without any warning. Qin Feng called out to Zhuorifeng from behind, but Zhuorifeng didn't respond. Anxious, Qin Feng turned to look in the direction of Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan. Zhuorifeng. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but stand up from her seat and look at Zhuorifeng, who had walked up to Zhu Tian. Zhuorifeng seemed to sense her gaze from so far away, and he turned to look at Yun Ruoyan as well. Their gazes met across the long distance. Yun Ruoyan's gaze was complicated. Ever since Zhuorifeng's confession and forced kiss, this was the first time she had seen him. Over the past few days, Yun Ruoyan would occasionally think of Zhuorifeng and that night's events. Every time she thought about it, she found it strange, as if Zhuorifeng wasn't the person she knew that night, but someone else entirely. What's Zhuorifeng doing? Feng Yicheng was slightly angry. Given his cultivation, how could he possibly be a match for that warrior? Isn't he just throwing his life away? Li Mo was also confused. Based on his understanding of Zhuorifeng, he wasn't an impulsive person. I know a little about Zhuorifeng, Count of Feng began. He's not the type to act recklessly. Let's observe the situation for now, and if he's no match for the warrior, we'll step in to save him. But if that happened, the match would be lost. As a result, everyone's gaze landed on Zhuorifeng. So it's that brat. Thunderbolt Batian was also surprised to see Zhuorifeng walk out. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. That trap was left for Li Mo. If Li Mo can't use it, it'll be left for Yun Ruoyan, Thunderbolt reminded. Zhu Tian alone is more than enough to deal with this brat. Yes, father, I'll arrange for the trap to be removed right away. Thunderbolt Batian walked down from the tower. By then, Zhuifeng and Zhu Tian had already prepared for battle. My name is Zhuifeng, and I've come to challenge you, Zhuifeng said to Zhu Tian. Brat, you don't look like an expert. Zhu Tian noticed that Zhuifeng wasn't particularly burly, and he wasn't very old. More importantly, he had never heard of Zhuifeng before. Is there no one else in the Feng family that they'd send a brat like you to your death? I'd advise you to leave obediently and let Li Mo take up the challenge. Talk after you defeat me, Zhuifeng replied coldly. Zhuifeng said coldly. At the same time, he took out a long black whip and lashed it at Zhu Tian without saying a word. Oh, brat, you're quite impatient. Zhu Tian laughed, then grabbed Zhuifeng's whip with his bare hands. Heh heh, today, I'll teach you that you'll pay the price in blood if you stand up for me. After Zhu Tian finished speaking, a large amount of spiritual power entered the black whip in his hand. Then, he exerted force with both hands, wanting to fling Zhuifeng away. However, he suddenly discovered that the large amount of spiritual power that entered the black whip seemed to sink into a vast ocean. Just as Zhu Tian began to doubt himself, another similarly large amount of spiritual energy came from Zhuifeng's hand and passed through the whip towards Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian's spiritual energy seemed to have been absorbed by some mysterious force and couldn't be used at all. However, Zhuifeng's spiritual energy landed on Zhu Tian's body. The violent spiritual energy also carried a strange, cold aura. Without any resistance, it entered Zhu Tian's body. Zhu Tian's body was incomparably strong, but it still couldn't withstand the damage from this strange spiritual energy. The crowd watched as Zhu Tian continuously retreated. This temporary arena also had its limits. Just as Zhu Tian was about to retreat from the encirclement, Zhuifeng extended his other hand towards Zhu Tian. A thick vine sprouted from Zhuifeng's palm and rapidly grew, coiling around Zhu Tian's neck like a venomous snake. Pfff. Just as the vine wrapped around Zhu Tian's neck, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone below the stage was stunned by this scene. They couldn't see how Zhu Tian was injured by Zhuifeng's cold and powerful spiritual energy. All they saw was that Zhu Tian and Zhuifeng had engaged in a contest of spiritual energy. Zhu Tian wasn't Zhuifeng's match and was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. You're lying. Zhu Tian pointed at Zhuifeng with his eyes wide open. The corner of Zhuifeng's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He coldly said, I'll teach you now. You'll pay the price of looking down on others with your snobbish eyes. When Zhuifeng finished speaking, he exerted force in his hand. Everyone heard a cracking sound as Zhu Tian's neck was snapped by the vine Zhuifeng had released. How is this possible? Above Flame City's city gate tower, Pai Batian couldn't believe what he was seeing. Zhuifeng's cultivation has actually reached the Great Perfection realm. Not only that, but he actually killed Zhu Tian, whose cultivation was at the peak of the Great Perfection realm. Pai Yen also frowned as he looked down. Although he had the same doubts as Pai Batian, he was seeing the truth with his own eyes. The enemy is actually unknowingly becoming stronger. Pai Yen seemed to be talking to himself. It seems that this battle really isn't as easy as I thought. Grand Elder, you still have to help our Pai clan. Chapter 428. We won, we won, we won. Zhuifeng won. He actually won. That's great. Let's show those arrogant fellows from the Li family just how powerful we Feng warriors are. The warriors of the Feng clan were very excited to see Zhuifeng win. Their gazes towards Zhuifeng changed from suspicion to worship. Zhuifeng was immediately surrounded by the warriors as soon as he stepped down from the arena. Good lad, your cultivation has actually improved to such a level. Qin Feng punched Zhuifeng's shoulder, but he could not suppress the smile in his voice. Ouch! Shui Feng yelped in pain as he clutched at the spot where Qin Feng had hit him, a pained expression on his face. What happened to you? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. He had used a bit of strength in a moment of excitement, but with Shui Feng's current cultivation, it was no more than a tickle. How could he have cried out in pain? To tell you the truth, I've only just broken through to the Sword Saint realm a few days ago. Shui Feng rubbed his shoulder as he continued, I was only lucky to win against that Li warrior. He underestimated me too much. Even so, I was still shaken up a little, so I really couldn't take Brother Qin's punch. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought. Qin Feng was annoyed. I didn't injure you just now, did I? It's nothing serious. I'll just have to rest for a while, Shui Feng replied. Just as Shui Feng was about to return to the barracks, one of Feng Yicheng's personal guards called out to him. Shui Feng, the city lord requests your presence. The guard stood in front of Shui Feng and greeted him respectfully. Shui Feng had defeated Zhu Tian, and the duel that the Li family had provoked ended with the Feng family's victory. When the crowd returned to the barracks, Shui Feng was directly invited to the city lord's tent. Yun Ruoyan, Li Mo, Feng Yicheng, and Count of the Wind were all in the tent. As soon as Shui Feng entered, he saw Feng Yicheng sitting on the city lord's seat. He looked around curiously. Only Li Mo, Yun Ruoyan, and Count of the Wind were seated on Feng Yicheng's left and right. Shui Feng didn't see Feng Yanyang, nor did he see Feng Guan, who had returned with Yun Ruoyan. Young Master Feng, why are you sitting in the city lord's seat? Where is City Lord Feng? Shui Feng asked in confusion. Shui Feng, I called you here today, other than to reward you for your contributions today, I also have something to tell you. Feng Yicheng didn't answer Feng Yicheng's question and instead spoke to him. What is it? Shui Feng frowned and asked. Because he did not see Feng Yanyang, he stood in the middle of the tent and did not bow. Feng Yicheng told Feng Yicheng about Feng Yanyang's assassination and how Feng Mian was secretly escorted back to the city lord's mansion. This matter had always been kept a secret. Only a few people present and a few elite members of the secret warrior team knew about it. Now, including Shui Feng, there were less than 10 people who knew about it. The city lord is dead. Shui Feng's shock was understandable. Indeed. Feng Bo's expression was mournful as he looked at Feng Yicheng. Before he passed, the city lord passed on his position to Feng Yicheng. As a result, Feng Yicheng is now the head of the Feng family. Shui Feng, are you willing to pledge your loyalty to him? Shui Feng paused, then subconsciously turned to Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan wasn't looking at him. Instead, she was looking at a random spot in the tent, as if she were completely at ease. When Shui Feng looked away, he saw that Li Mo was also holding Yun Ruoyan's hand very casually. Although the two of them were in the middle of the main tent, it was as if there was no one else present. Shui Feng finally shifted his gaze away, but there was still a sour feeling in his heart that pervaded. I'm not from Wind City, and I'm not even from the Heiyuan continent, so there's no such thing as loyalty, Shui Feng replied. Feng Bo and Feng Yicheng couldn't help but frown. Feng Yicheng was about to speak when Feng Yicheng continued, but I've settled down in Wind City right now, and I've also formed a great feud with the Thunder Clan. Before I leave this place, I'm willing to join forces with my brothers in Wind City to destroy the Thunderbolt family. Good. Feng Yicheng stood up from his seat, clearly quite satisfied with Shui Feng's words. In that case, I have a mission for you to complete. Would you be willing? What mission? Shui Feng asked. We want to attack Flame City at night. Feng Yicheng looked at Shui Feng. The two families just had a duel today, and the Thunderbolt father and son surely won't expect us to attack at night. We'll try to take down Flame City in one go. The idea of attacking Flame City at night had come to them while they were watching Shui Feng and Zhu Tian's duel. Feng Yicheng had made the suggestion, and it had been unanimously agreed upon. Shui Feng, we all agree that it's best for you to lead the vanguard for a surprise attack. Count of Wind will first enter Flame City and open the city gates for you. Then, all of you will coordinate from the inside and the outside. You'll definitely be able to catch the guards of Flame City off guard, Feng Yicheng said confidently as he swept his gaze across everyone. I'm the vanguard to begin with, so of course I won't refuse. Shui Feng cupped his fists. Feng Yicheng and Feng Bo explained their next course of action to Shui Feng in detail, then the two of them left the tent. The Count of Feng directly snuck into Flame City, while Shui Feng led over 100 warriors and hid near the outskirts of Flame City. Once the Count of Feng gave the signal to open the gates, they would rush in. After Shui Feng and Feng Bo left, Feng Yicheng walked up to Yun Ruoyan and Liamo, brother Feng, sister-in-law. Feng Yicheng cupped his fists at the two of them. I'll leave Xiao Hong to you. Feng Yicheng's spies in Flame City had reported that Auntie Hong was currently in the city. After Shui Feng's ambush succeeded, Feng Yicheng would have to lead the army into a full-scale assault, so he wouldn't be able to rescue her. He could only ask Yun Ruoyan and Liamo to enter Flame City and look for Auntie Hong. Auntie Hong and I are good friends, so I'll naturally do my best to save her, Yun Ruoyan replied. But she's a stubborn woman, and if she doesn't want to leave with me, she'll surely threaten to kill herself. My bewitching powder isn't effective against her, so I'm afraid. The Thunderbolt father and son duo didn't know of Feng Yicheng's relationship with Auntie Hong, nor did they know that Feng Yicheng was now the city lord of Flame City. In that case, why had this father and son duo brought Auntie Hong all the way here? But no matter what their plan was, as long as Yun Ruoyan knew of it, she wouldn't just stand by and watch. Even without Feng Yicheng's request, even if she didn't have the confidence to rescue Auntie Hong, Yun Ruoyan would still go see her one last time. This is for you. Feng Yicheng took out a bottle and handed it to Yun Ruoyan. This is a secret medicine that I had uncle refine for me. It's extremely potent, and it can be used against cultivators at the peak of the sword realm. Alright, with this, we'll have a much better chance of bringing Auntie Hong back. Yun Ruoyan accepted the bottle and left with Liamo. Yin, I hope that you can stay here. I can save her by myself, Liamo suddenly said just as the two of them were about to leave the tent. Yun Ruoyan was no longer alone, and Liamo didn't want her to participate in such a dangerous mission. However, knowing Yun Ruoyan's personality, he didn't explicitly object. I'm really not that weak, Yun Ruoyan replied. Yun Ruoyan looked at Liamo. If you don't let me participate in something like this, I'll be anxious. Qingchen said that I have to be calm right now. My emotions can't fluctuate too much, or it'll be bad for the child. Yun Ruoyan took Limao's large hand and placed it gently on her abdomen. Limao's gaze landed on Yun Ruoyan's abdomen, and his eyes immediately filled with gentleness, but he still tried to maintain a stern expression. You're not allowed to fly on your own, and you're not allowed to fight with anyone else. You have to follow behind me at all times, Liamo instructed. Alright, I'll do as you say. Yun Ruoyan smiled. Your Highness, can we set off now? Liamo sighed helplessly and dotingly before encircling Yun Ruoyan in his arms. Sword light appeared beneath their feet as they flew toward the southern part of Flame City. As soon as they entered the barracks, the two of them had carefully studied the layout of several important cities in the vicinity of Thunderbolt City, including Flame City. The city lord's manor was located in the southern part of the city, and the two of them landed near it. Due to the war between the two cities, there were many hidden sentries stationed on top of the city walls. These sentries were guarded day and night, and the moment they discovered someone flying on a sword, they would send out a signal or launch a sneak attack. Almost every guard on the city walls was equipped with a flying sword that could be used to deal with a swordsman. If so many swords were to be used at once, the force of the attack would be considerable. After the two of them landed, they avoided the patrolling warriors and arrived outside the walls of the city lord's mansion. Come up, Liemo called out to Yunruoyan. Yunruoyan lay on Limo's back, and Limo's hands created a suction force that allowed him to climb up the wall like a lizard. This scene reminded Yunruoyan of the time when she and Liemo had first met, when he had brought her to the Uelu villa at night. At that time, Yunruoyan had been quite dissatisfied with Liemo. But now, the two of them were husband and wife, and they were about to have a child together. Yunruoyan couldn't help tightening her grip on Limo's shoulder. She whispered into his ear, "If we can find out who's behind the Thunderbolt family, we'll be able to return to the Qinyuan continent in peace. Once the Thunderbolt family is destroyed, the mastermind will surely show himself. At that time, we'll have the Feng family support on the Qinyuan continent, and Kongming Academy and the Li Kingdom's imperial family on the Qinyuan continent. With these three factions, we might be able to put up a fight." Chapter 429. The two of them entered the manor and, following Feng Yicheng's tip, successfully found the prison cell. However, the cell was empty, and there was no sign of Auntie Hong. What's going on? Is there something wrong with Feng Yicheng's tip? Yunruoyan looked toward Liemo. If there was something wrong with the tip, then it was highly likely that a trap had been set up to capture them. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's get out of here. Liemo immediately led Yunruoyan out of the cell. Instead of leaving, the two of them hid in a secluded corner of the manor. It shouldn't be a problem with the tip, and neither should the person who provided it, Yunruoyan said. If there really was a problem with the tip, then the two of them wouldn't have been able to leave that empty cell. Clearly, there wasn't a trap here. Yes. Liemo agreed with Yunruoyan's thoughts. Perhaps the Thunderbolt father and son were too cautious. In order to prevent Miss Hong's location from being leaked, they moved her to a more secluded location. The Thunderbolt father and son are indeed cautious, Yunruoyan gritted her teeth. Although the city lord's manor wasn't as large as Thunderbolt's, it was still a lot more unfamiliar to the two of them. Although Yunruoyan and Liemo knew the general layout of the manor, they didn't know much about the secret dungeons. Since Auntie Hong had been moved to a more secluded location, it wouldn't be easy to find her in a short period of time. Don't get too excited. When Liemo saw Yunruoyan's anxious expression, he reminded her, "There's no point in panicking. If Feng Bo and Feng Yicheng's ambush succeeds, Flame City will soon fall into our hands. By then, the Thunderbolt father and son will surely flee, and all we need to do is keep an eye on them so that they don't harm or take Miss Hong away." Yes, you're right. Only after Limo's reminder did Yunruoyan react. Let's head to the Thunderbolt father and son's quarters right now and keep an eye on them. Although the two of them didn't know where Thunderbolt and Thunderbolt's quarters were, they knew that it was the most heavily guarded one. After some observation, the two of them confirmed that the courtyard on the east side was where the Thunderbolt father and son lived. The courtyard wasn't big, but there were no less than 100 guards. There was a sentry every 5 steps, and there were even a few figures squatting on the roof. Even a fly couldn't get in. Furthermore, each of those guards had extraordinary cultivation, and Yunruoyan's bewitching potion might not be able to bewitch them. Like a lizard, Liemo and Yunruoyan climbed all the way into the inner courtyard and hid in a dark corner. Because there were many hidden and open sentries in the courtyard, the two of them did not dare to act rashly. After hiding in a corner for about an hour, Liemo saw one of the warriors guarding the door suddenly leave by himself with a nervous expression. "Here's your chance." The two of them quietly followed behind the warrior, only to see him enter the latrine in the corner. "Wait for me here," Liemo instructed, before following the warrior into the outhouse. A short while later, Liemo walked out of the outhouse dressed in the Thunderbolt family's uniform. Liemo still had Yunruoyan wait in the corner as he walked into the inner courtyard alone. Yunruoyan waited by herself in the corner for about an hour before another warrior walked toward the outhouse, Liemo right behind him. "Where did you get transferred from?" Why do you look unfamiliar? The warrior turned around and asked when he noticed Limo's presence. As soon as he spoke, an ice sword shot out from Limo's hand and pierced through his neck. The warrior's eyes widened, his mouth agape, and he fell to the ground without a sound. Limo, Yunruoyan called out softly as she walked out from the corner. Limo dragged the warrior's corpse to the corner, took off his uniform, and put it on Yunruoyan. The two of them were wearing the Thunder Clan's warrior uniforms and disguised as the Thunder Clan's warriors. They walked to the two empty spots near the entrance of the main house and stood still. If a battle were to break out, the two of them could follow the Thunderbolt father and son and wait for an opportunity to strike. The lights in the inner courtyard were still lit, and after a short while, Thunderbolt called for someone from the inner courtyard. The warrior opposite Yunruoyan responded. Go and invite the junior city lord over. Thunderbolt Bashan's voice rang out from within the room, and the warrior left after receiving the order. Not long after, the warrior led Thunderbolt Batian into the inner courtyard and toward the door. Both Yunruoyan and Limo retracted their auras and took a stealthy step back, allowing the shadows under the eaves to cover most of their figures. Thunderbolt Bashan's footsteps were so hurried that he didn't notice that Yunruoyan and Limo, the two men he wanted to kill even in his dreams, were right in front of him. Father! Thunderbolt Batian didn't enter the room immediately. Instead, he called out respectfully from the door. Come in. Thunderbolt Batian pushed open the door and entered, and the sounds of the father-son duo's conversation could be heard. Yunruoyan and Limo took another step back, bringing themselves even closer to the door and window. At the same time, they infused spiritual energy into their ears to amplify their hearing so that they could overhear the conversation between the Thunderbolt father and son. There were many sentry posts in the courtyard, but because there were so many of them, everyone was more relaxed. Occasionally, someone would take a few steps to the left and right, so Yunruoyan and Limo's little movements didn't seem like much to the other warriors. Tian, come with me to meet the first elder tonight. Yunruoyan and Limo could clearly hear the conversation between the Thunderbolt father and son. Yes, father, Thunderbolt Batian replied. Then, a strange sound that sounded like a spell was being cast could be heard, followed by Thunderbolt Bashan's respectful voice. Thunderbolt Batian greets the first elder on behalf of Thunderbolt Batian. Yes, you may rise. An old, dignified voice rang out. Although this was the first time Yunruoyan and Limo had heard this voice, they both felt their hearts skip a beat. This was the person behind Thunderbolt Batian, the first elder of the Silver Dragon clan. Thunderbolt Batian had actually brought the sky-turning mirror with him at all times. Yunruoyan and Limo couldn't help but think back to that day in the Thunderbolt Manor, when Thunderbolt Batian had used the mirror against them. The combination of his lightning-attracting technique and the sky-turning mirror was truly formidable. The two of them, as well as Shuai Feng, had almost been killed by it. That day, Thunderbolt Batian had suddenly retracted his lightning-attracting technique at a critical moment. Yunruoyan and the others had thought that the sky-turning mirror had consumed too much spiritual energy, but in reality, the first elder had ordered Thunderbolt Batian not to harm Yunruoyan and Limo. Now that Thunderbolt Batian was facing the sky-turning mirror again, Yunruoyan and Limo couldn't help but worry. If Thunderbolt Batian were to use the mirror again, the Wind Warriors would be more than enough to deal with him. You still haven't caught Yunruoyan and Limo. The Great Elder's voice grew harsher and harsher. It's been more than a year since they came to the Nether Abyss continent, and you still haven't caught them. There are only 7 families on the Nether Abyss continent, and the territory is very small. How disappointing that you can't even catch the 2 of them. Please punish me, First Elder, Thunderbolt Batian said fearfully to the sky-turning mirror on the table in front of him. You deserve to be punished. As the Silver Dragon Elder spoke, a beam of light shot out from the sky-turning mirror and struck Thunderbolt. Although Thunderbolt's body was protected by a layer of spiritual energy, he was still forced back a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. First Elder, please calm down. Thunderbolt Batian hurriedly pleaded on his father's behalf. Yunruoyan and Liemo are truly extraordinary. Ever since they arrived on the continent, their cultivations have improved by leaps and bounds. Even the cultivation bases of the people who had come with them had already reached the great perfection realm at this moment. Not only have they grown much stronger, but they also have the protection of the Feng family. It won't be an easy task to capture them. So, is this your excuse for not being able to complete the task? The great elder said in a deep voice. Thunderbolt Batian still wanted to argue, but Thunderbolt stopped him. Thunderbolt bowed. It's my fault for failing to complete the mission, but the battle is imminent. Please, First Elder, leave the punishment for another day so that I can preserve my strength for the upcoming battle. All right, I'll remember this punishment, the First Elder said sternly. I'll give you one last chance. Capture Yunruoyan and Liemo before the battle ends. Otherwise, the two of you, as well as the entire Thunderbolt family, will cease to exist in this world. The First Elder's words made Thunderbolt and Thunderbolt even more nervous. Thunderbolt knelt down once more and kowtowed to the First Elder's figure in the sky-turning mirror. As you command, First Elder. Thunderbolt Batian hurriedly followed suit. Neither father nor son dared to speak carelessly, but their expressions showed that they had something to say. Is there anything else to report? The Silver Dragon Elder asked impatiently. There are many matters on the extreme abyss continent that require my attention, and I don't have much time to waste on you. If there's anything, report it as soon as possible. Yes, Elder, Thunderbolt replied. If I may be so bold as to request permission from the First Elder to use the sky-turning mirror in the upcoming battle. With the Lai family's help, the Feng family's strength has greatly increased. In the past few battles, we haven't been able to gain any advantage. With the help of the sky-turning mirror, we'll surely be able to defeat the Feng family and capture Yunruoyan and Liemo. Yunruoyan and Liemo glanced at each other. Only now did they realize that the First Elder's permission was required to use the sky-turning mirror. It was no wonder why he rarely used such a powerful spiritual weapon. Yunruoyan and Liemo both pricked up their ears as they waited for the First Elder's reply. Yes, the First Elder replied. However, it can only be used for defense, not combat. First Elder, Thunderbolt Batian interjected. May I know why it can only be used for defense and not combat? The sky-turning mirror is so powerful that the Feng family won't be able to withstand it in battle. Once we defeat the Feng family, there'll be no place for Yunruoyan and Liemo on the continent, and capturing them will be as easy as flipping a hand. Even if you don't know the reason, don't you, Thunderbolt? The First Elder asked. Thunderbolt looked somewhat confused. I truly don't know the reason. Please enlighten me, First Elder. Chapter 430. You don't even know this. The First Elder was rather surprised, but then his tone changed. He said as if he was talking to himself, it's no wonder. Too much time has passed. If I don't think about it carefully, I'll sometimes forget about these things. The First Elder told Thunderbolt that there had originally been 3 mirrors on this plane, the all-seeing mirror, the divine mirror of transcendence, and the divine mirror of upheaval. Do the two of you know about these 3 mirrors? The Great Elder asked again. When Yunruoyan heard the First Elder's question, she couldn't help but think back to what Fengbua had said. It seemed that the divine mirror of heaven had once been a means of communication between the netherworld continent and the extreme abyss continent, just like the divine mirror of heaven's eye on the Qinyuan continent. However, for some unknown reason, the divine mirror of heaven had shattered, leaving only the divine mirror of heaven's eye and the sky-turning mirror. The all-seeing mirror had always been in the hands of Kongming Academy, while the sky-turning mirror had fallen into Thunderflame's hands. Thunderflame's voice interrupted Yunruoyan's thoughts. First Elder, I know of the divine mirror of upheaval. It's said to have been a spiritual artifact used to communicate with the extreme abyss continent, but for some unknown reason, it shattered. Let me tell you why, the first elder began. Yun Ruoyan and Liemo perked up their ears once more, listening intently. 1,000 years ago, the demonic dragons had fought the silver dragons. The silver dragons had used all 3 mirrors to fight the demonic dragons. Although they had defeated the demonic dragons, the divine mirror of upheaval had shattered during the battle, and the sky-turning mirror had lost nearly 1,000 years of its life. As a result, the sky-turning mirror and the all-seeing mirror had survived the battle, but they couldn't withstand any more intense battles, or there was a chance that they would shatter. You must rely on your own abilities to capture Liemo and Yunruoyan. Don't even think about destroying the sky-turning mirror. If it's damaged, you won't be able to escape the death penalty. Only then did Yunruoyan and Liemo relax. This subordinate obeys, cough cough cough. Thunderflame's body was on the ground, and he couldn't help but cough. His back was trembling non-stop, making him look extremely pitiful. Just now, the silver dragon First Elder had suddenly flown into a rage and inflicted a rather heavy punishment on Thunderflame, directly causing him to suffer internal injuries. Thunderflame, although you've failed many times, you've done your best. The Great Elder then comforted him. I will give you a bottle of holy water for the sake of your many years of service. Take good care of your wounds and do your job well. Thank you, Great Elder. Thunderflame and Thunderbolt Bashan's voices trembled with excitement when they heard those words. Holy water. What holy water? It could bring the dead back to life. This was the first time that Yunruoyan and Liemo had heard of such an item, and from the Pi father and son's tone, it was likely no ordinary item. In this world, there were countless treasures of heaven and earth, all kinds of spiritual items and elixirs that could improve one's cultivation, but holy water that could bring the dead back to life was unheard of. Last time, my son's life was hanging by a thread, and it was only thanks to the Great Elder's holy water that he was able to come back to life. Now that the Grand Elder has generously gifted us again, the Thunderbolt father and son will definitely repay the Grand Elder's kindness with their lives. Thunderflame received the holy water from the Grand Elder through the heaven-flipping mirror and said with gratitude. The Silver Dragon First Elder was very satisfied with Thunderflame's response. His previously stern voice had calmed down, and he was suddenly interested in having a few more words with the Pi father and son. Do you know what this holy water is? The Silver Dragon First Elder asked. No, Thunderflame and Pi Batian replied simultaneously. Alright, I'll tell you the origins of this item today. However, this is also a secret of the Silver Dragon clan, so you must keep it a secret, the Silver Dragon First Elder instructed. My father and I will definitely protect the Great Elder's secret with our lives. This holy water is a spiritual medicine refined from the blood of demonic dragons, the Silver Dragon First Elder began. The Great Elder said, you should know that the demonic dragon clan has a very strong self-healing ability. It is very difficult to kill them completely. Back then, our Silver Dragon clan specially researched how to exterminate the Demon Dragon clan more thoroughly, so we secretly captured some Demon Dragon clansmen to do experiments. In the experiments conducted by the Silver Dragon clan, they had discovered how to destroy the demonic dragon clan. At the same time, they had also discovered a mysterious substance in the demonic dragon clan's bloodline. This substance had an extremely powerful regenerative ability. After a long period of effort, the Silver Dragons finally succeeded in extracting this mysterious substance from the demonic dragon's blood. Because of its miraculous effects, they named it holy water. That's where the holy water came from, the Silver Dragon First Elder began. Now that the demonic dragons have been exterminated, we no longer have the raw materials to refine them. As a result, the amount of holy water that we have is extremely precious. When Yunruoyan heard this, she couldn't help but feel both shocked and sorrowful. The demonic dragons had actually been used as pill-refining material by the Silver Dragons. If the demonic dragon's soul were to learn of this, it would surely be even more resentful than before. Just as Thunderflame and Pi Batian were about to express their gratitude again, the Silver Dragon First Elder continued, however, 100 years ago, we discovered something that can replace the demonic dragons as raw materials. What is it? Although Thunderflame knew that this was a top secret, he still couldn't help but ask. As subordinates of the Silver Dragon First Elder, they were able to bask in the light of the holy water. Naturally, they were especially concerned about this matter. It's a human with the demonic dragon bloodline, the Silver Dragon First Elder replied. Are you referring to Yunruoyan? Thunderflame asked, immediately realizing what Yunruoyan meant. Outside the room, Yunruoyan and Liemo held their breaths, trying to suppress their shock and focus on the Silver Dragon First Elder's answer. Yunruoyan might be the last bearer of the demonic dragon bloodline on the Qinyuan continent, the Silver Dragon First Elder began. 100 years ago, the Silver Dragon First Elder had discovered that the demonic dragons had left themselves a way out. Before the Silver Dragon First Elder was exterminated, the Silver Dragon First Elder had discovered that the demonic dragons had left behind a way out for themselves. The Silver Dragon First Elder naturally thought that these bearers of the demonic dragon bloodline might be able to replace the demonic dragons as raw materials for the holy water. As a result, they captured a human with the demonic dragon bloodline and experimented on it, discovering that the human's body did indeed contain the same mysterious substance. Compared to the demonic dragon race, the bearers of the demonic dragon bloodline had much less of the substance, but it was surprisingly pure. The holy water refined from their blood not only possessed a strong regenerative ability, but could even bring the dead back to life. First Elder, was the holy water that saved me made from the blood of the bearers of the demonic dragon bloodline? Thunderflame asked. Didn't you say that the holy water had a regenerative ability? Why didn't my arm regenerate? Thunderflame had once seen Yunruoyan use the regenerative ability in front of him. If the holy water really did have such a regenerative ability, why hadn't his arm regenerated? Although you were gravely injured that day, you still had a breath left in you, the First Elder continued. That's why I gave you a low-grade holy water that doesn't have a regenerative ability. Even though it was low-grade, the fact that it had been able to pull Thunderflame back from the jaws of death showed just how miraculous its effects were. So all these years, you've had me capture bearers of the demonic dragon bloodline in order to refine the holy water? Thunderflame asked. Over the years, he had captured more than a dozen bearers of the demonic dragon bloodline, and Yunruoyan's father, Long Yin, was the last one he had captured. That's right, the First Elder replied. On the one hand, it was also to completely destroy the demonic dragon bloodline on the Qinyuan continent, preventing them from making a comeback. I thought that Long Yin was the last bearer of the demonic dragon bloodline, but I didn't expect him to have a daughter, Yunruoyan. When Yunruoyan suddenly heard the First Elder mention Long Yin, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Then, as if to himself, she heard the First Elder murmur, Long Yin is very lonely, and it's time for his daughter to reunite with him. Indeed, her father wasn't dead. Yunruoyan's heart skipped a beat, and her hand tightened. It was Liemo looking at Liemo's expression. Yunruoyan steadied herself and continued to listen. Based on what you've told me, Yunruoyan's demonic dragon bloodline is even purer than her father's, and her blood is undoubtedly an excellent ingredient for refining the holy water. If you can capture Yunruoyan, I'll bestow upon you a bottle of holy water that can bring you back to life. The Thunderflame father and son were overjoyed, and they thanked the First Elder profusely. I'll be waiting for the good news you've been waiting for, the First Elder said. Farewell, First Elder. The Thunderflame father and son's voices rang out once more. Liemo tugged at Yunruoyan's arm, motioning for her to return to her original position, lest Thunderflame Batian find out what she was up to. Yunruoyan walked out of the shadows and stood there, deep in thought. She had always thought that the First Elder of the Silver Dragon clan was trying to capture her only to prevent her from reviving the demonic dragon bloodline, but the First Elder hadn't mentioned a single word about reviving the demonic dragon bloodline. Instead, he only saw her as a potential ingredient. To Yunruoyan, the greatest reward of the night was the confirmation that her father wasn't dead, and that he was in the hands of the first elder. Chapter 431. After sending off the first elder, the Thunderflame father and son continued their discussion. Tian, you've heard the first elder's words. Right now, our main goal isn't to defeat the Feng family, but to capture Yunruoyan and Liemo, Thunderflame told Pai Batian. But father, if we lose this battle, the Thunderflame family's position as the hegemon of the Netherworld continent will be in jeopardy. Capturing Yunruoyan and Liemo would be the first elder's mission. But if we lose this battle, then wouldn't our Thunderbolt clan have to live under the Feng clan's feet from now on? Thunderbolt Batian angrily said. Ha! Thunderflame laughed. Tian, you've always been astute. How could you be so muddle-headed on this matter? As long as we satisfy the first elder, we'll be able to trample the entire Netherworld continent beneath our feet, much less a mere Feng family. For a moment, Pai Batian didn't understand what Thunderflame meant. Father, what do you mean? Thunderflame didn't answer his father's question directly. Instead, he pointed at the top of his head. Thunderbolt Bashan's mind buzzed when he saw Thunderflame's actions. Suddenly, he felt enlightened and his eyes lit up. Are you referring to the extreme abyss continent? Thunderflame smiled and nodded. That's right. The first elder is the ruler of the Silver Dragon clan, and the Silver Dragons are the rulers of the extreme abyss continent. As long as we can protect the first elder, we'll be able to open a door to the extreme abyss continent. The extreme abyss continent was the highest-ranked realm in the world, and Pai Batian had never imagined that he would one day be able to travel there. As a result, after hearing his father's words, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. I'll do whatever it takes to capture Liemo and Yunruoyan. Pai Batian clenched his fists and declared resolutely. By this time, Liemo and Yunruoyan had already left the room, but Liemo had been paying close attention to the movements within the room, and the conversation between the Thunder Father and Son didn't escape his ears. Yunruoyan, on the other hand, was thinking about how to rescue her father, Long Yin, from the Silver Dragon Elder. The door opened with a creak, and Pai Batian walked out, ready to return to his own courtyard. As he walked past Yunruoyan and Liemo, his gaze suddenly landed on the two of them. Whether or not he recognized the two of them, he stopped in his tracks, and Yunruoyan and Liemo braced themselves for a fight at a moment's notice. But at that moment, two red flames suddenly soared into the sky from the direction of the city gate and exploded in the sky. The commotion attracted Thunderbolt Bashan's attention. When he looked up at the sky, his expression changed. City Lord, young City Lord, it's not good. Someone is attacking the city gate. A warrior shouted. Thunderflame also pushed open the door and stood beside Thunderclap Batian. Liemo pulled Yunruoyan away from Pai Bashan's line of sight, and Pai Batian didn't pay any more attention to them. Father, what should we do next? Thunderbolt Batian asked Thunderflame. Feng Yanyang, that old man, why is he so impatient now? Thunderflame frowned and muttered to himself, he wasn't the type of person to launch sneak attacks. Father, do you want me to lead some people to defend the city? Thunderclap Batian asked. Thunderflame shook his head. No need. Yunruoyan and Liemo, who were hidden in the shadows, saw that the father and son didn't seem to be in a hurry. Thunderflame whispered something into Thunderclap Bashan's ear, and Thunderclap Batian nodded as he listened. After Thunderflame finished, Thunderclap Batian turned to the warrior beside him. Bring that girl from the performing troupe. We're preparing to leave Flamehaven. To the Thunderclap family, Flamehaven was nothing more than a small town, and they didn't care much for it. However, fleeing in the face of danger wasn't the Thunderclap father and son style. Yunruoyan and Liemo were even more puzzled. They were almost certain that something was amiss. Mistress. Chocho's voice rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. Liamo wants me to tell you that while the thunderclap father and son are fleeing, he'll bring you to the city gates to rendezvous with Feng Yicheng and the others. Yun Ruoyan looked at Liamo, who nodded at her. Yun Ruoyan still couldn't communicate with Liamo telepathically, so whenever it was inconvenient for her to speak, Chocho would act as a mouthpiece. In the past, even if Yun Ruoyan knew that something was amiss, she would still follow the thunderclap father and son. But now that she was pregnant, she had no choice but to suppress her urge to take the risk. Yun Ruoyan was just about to agree when she saw a warrior walking in front of the thunderclap father and son, holding a girl in his arms. Auntie Hong. Yun Ruoyan called out in her mind. Take good care of this woman. Thunderclap Batian instructed a few warriors before leading the dozens of warriors out of the courtyard. Chocho, tell Liamo that we have to follow the thunderclap father and son and find an opportunity to rescue Auntie Hong, Yun Ruoyan instructed Chocho. She then turned to Liamo with a resolute gaze. Liamo frowned slightly, and his grip on Yun Ruoyan's hand tightened. Liamo knew that Yun Ruoyan wouldn't change her mind once she made up her mind, so he could only let her be. Fortunately, with him by her side to protect her, she would be able to take the risk. Presumably, the Thunderclap father and son had long since made up their minds to abandon Thunderclap City. As a result, all the warriors they had brought with them were gathered in this courtyard, ready to leave at a moment's notice. Yun Ruoyan and Liamo blended into the crowd of warriors and left the city lord's manor through the back door, then flew out of the city on their swords. Back in Flame Haven, the Count of Feng killed a number of warriors guarding the city gates, then opened the gates and sent out a signal. Zhuoyifeng led 100 warriors into the city, rushed to the top of the city walls, and killed all the sentries. Feng Yicheng then led the army into Flame Haven, a process that took less than 2 hours. The warriors of the Feng family only encountered some resistance when they entered the city, but once they passed through the gates, it was as if they had entered an uninhabited land. The only ones guarding the city are a pair of warriors. The Thunderclap father and son didn't bring their army with them. Feng Yicheng saw that there were no warriors on the streets, only commoners with their doors closed. He could not help but say, "What the hell is going on?" After Feng Yicheng broke through the city gates with the vanguard, he went to the city lord's mansion alone. However, he quickly discovered that the main character of the mansion had already left. All that was left were Flame City's current city guards, as well as the ordinary servants. Where are the Thunderclap father and son? Where did they go? Feng Yicheng asked the enforcement officer. During the battle, the enforcement officer had actually hidden within the city lord's manor, not even leaving the main gates. They left as soon as you started attacking the city, the enforcement officer replied. The city lord and junior city lord didn't intend to defend the city at all. Then why? Do they have a bigger plot? I don't know either. All I know is that they're here to capture a girl named Yun Ruoyan. They even said that they laid a trap for them to fall into. Just as Zhuoyifeng was interrogating the enforcement officer, Feng Yicheng arrived at the city lord's manor. Zhuoyifeng, have you seen Yun Ruoyan and Liamo? Feng Yicheng asked anxiously as soon as he saw Zhuoyifeng. Isn't she in the rear barracks? Zhuoyifeng asked curiously. No, I had her and Liamo enter the manor to rescue Miss Hong. While you and Feng Bo were on the move, they also began to move. What, didn't you see the two of them? Zhuoyifeng glanced at the enforcement officer under his foot. What did you say the Thunderclap father and son were here for? They're here to capture a girl named Yun Ruoyan and a man named Imo, the enforcement officer replied, his face contorted. Not good, Feng Bo replied. It seems that this is a trap set by the Thunderclap father and son to lure Liamo and Yun Ruoyan out. Now that Yun Ruoyan is pregnant, she might be in danger if she falls into a trap. What did you say? Zhuoyifeng turned to Feng Bo, you're saying that Ruoyan is pregnant. Only a few people knew of Yun Rongyan's pregnancy. Feng Yicheng had learned of it from Feng Bo, but Zhuo Yifeng hadn't been told. Damn it, Zhuo Yifeng cursed, his heart filled with worry and anxiety. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and chase after them. If we encounter any danger, we'll be able to save them. Feng Bo leaped onto his sword, and Zhuo Yifeng followed suit. I'll go as well. Feng Yicheng followed the two of them on his sword. The two of them didn't know in which direction the thunderclap father and son had left, but there were only two towns closest to Blazing City. One was Qing City, and the other was Cliff City. One was in the east, and the other was in the west. After some discussion, Feng Bo and Feng Yicheng would go to Cliff City, which was closer, while Feng Yicheng would go to Qing City, which was further away. If they didn't find anyone at their destination, they would head off in another direction. Yun Ruoyan and Liemo mingled with the Thunderclap family's warriors. Originally, they were headed toward Qing City, but just as they were about to arrive, they suddenly changed direction. Liemo, where are the Thunderclap father and son headed? Yun Ruoyan asked Liemo. Liemo looked around him. There were dozens of peak swordsmen, as well as Thunderclap and Thunderclap Batian. It would be nearly impossible to rescue Miss Hong from the hands of the two of them. Fortunately, Liemo had already released Imo, to inform Yun Ruoyan. I wonder what they're up to, Liemo said. Let's not act rashly. Let's wait for Fengbue and the others to arrive. As the two of them spoke, they arrived at a mountain valley. The sky was already completely bright, and because all the warriors were wearing masks to protect them from the wind, they didn't have to worry about being recognized. Could it be that there's a secret base of the Thunder Clan in this desolate place? Just as Yun Ruoyan was puzzled, the Thunderclap father and son suddenly descended from the sky. Chapter 432. Yun Ruoyan and Liemo landed in a secluded valley with the rest of the group. As soon as they landed, the two of them immediately sensed that something was wrong. This was because the warriors, who hadn't been paying any attention to the two of them, had suddenly turned their attention to them. Then, with the two of them as the center, they began to spread out. The two of you must have worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find what you're looking for without even looking. Thunderflame turned around and looked at the two of them like an eagle looking at its prey. Ruoyan, why are you here? Andi Hong's eyes widened as she looked at the two of them. At this time, the two of them had already been surrounded by the Thunderflame family warriors. Of course it's to save you. Thunderflame pulled Andi Hong from the hands of a nearby warrior to his own. But not only will they not be able to save you, but they'll also have to pay the price with their lives. Liemo, take Ruoyan and leave. Don't worry about me. My heart has already died, and I must accompany my sisters to the Yellow Springs. It's not worth the risk. Andi Hong hurriedly called out, but Thunderflame grabbed her by the throat. Andi Hong. Yun Ruoyan looked at Andi Hong. Today, Liemo and I risked our lives to save you. If you still insist on seeking death, wouldn't you be letting us down? For your sake, Feng Yicheng took down several cities and suffered countless injuries. Hoodlum also frowns all day long because of you. Are you really going to torture the living for the sake of the dead? What? Feng Yicheng was injured. Andi Hong's face turned red from Thunderflame's grip. Do you think I'd lie to you? Yun Ruoyan's face was a bit angry. It's all because of you that he risked his life to attack, but you want to let your blood flow in vain. Hearing Yun Ruoyan's words, Andi Hong's eyes began to tear up. Yun Ruoyan sighed in her heart, hoping that her words would arouse Andi Hong's desire to live. In truth, Yun Ruoyan had lied. Although Feng Yicheng had personally led the attack, with his current status, he naturally didn't need to rush to the front. Moreover, he had the protection of the Count of Wind by his side. Although he had suffered some minor injuries, they hadn't reached the point where he had sustained countless injuries. Are you guys mistaken? This is not the place for you to reminisce about the past. Thunderclap Badian gloomily said, since you followed me, it's not up to you to choose whether you live or die. Attack me, I want you alive. Thunderflame also issued an order, capture these two, and reward each of them with a saint-grade spirit crystal stone and 10,000 ordinary spirit crystal stones. Following this order, the dozens of warriors all took out their weapons and glared at the two like tigers watching their prey. It seemed that a battle was inevitable. Mo ran into Zhuifeng on his way to Flame City. Zhuifeng glanced at the letter Li Mo had left on Mo's leg, put it back, unsealed, and hurried away. Zhuifeng raised his speed to the maximum. An hour later, he entered a place surrounded by mountains and valleys. Although it was already noon and the sun was shining brightly, there was still a thick fog lingering between the valley and the peaks, blocking Zhuifeng's line of sight. Demon spirit, can you sense where there's someone's aura? Zhuifeng asked. Of course, but I'll need to borrow your eyes. The demon spirit's sinister voice rang out in Zhuifeng's mind. Zhuifeng closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his beast-man eyes had turned into two pitch-black magic eyes without a trace of white. Zhuifeng looked down at the valley beneath him, and his demonic eyes finally spotted the unique glow of a spiritual technique, a red fireball, and a pale blue sword of ice. Found it. Zhuifeng flew towards the secret location on his sword. Li Mo held his azure sword, and Yun Ruoyan held her scarlet eye. The two of them stood back to back, facing the attacks of the surrounding warriors. Instead of charging at them all at once, the dozens of warriors split into several groups. Some attacked at close range, using their weapons to fight with the two of them. Some attacked from afar, using spiritual techniques to attack the two of them. Li Mo's cultivation was higher than that of the warriors present, so his spiritual barrier was more than capable of defending against external attacks. However, Yun Ruoyan's cultivation was slightly weaker than most of the warriors present. Li Mo tried his best to block all the attacks by himself, and he was able to protect Yun Ruoyan from the attacks of dozens of people. Father, these two must have reinforcements. It's best if we end this quickly, Thunderflame suggested. Thunderflame nodded. Sword light appeared beneath his feet once more, and he flew into the air. He reached out and grabbed at the air, conjuring a dozen earth-yellow spheres in his palm. Go! Thunderflame growled, and the dozens of orbs began to fly toward Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo from top to bottom. Sensing danger, Yun Ruoyan hurriedly blocked the spheres with her scarlet eye. These were balls of earth elemental energy condensed by Thunderflame, and their power was not to be underestimated. After Yun Ruoyan managed to deflect 7 or 8 of them, the skin between her thumb and forefinger split open, and the remaining 7 or 8 struck her and Li Mo instead. When the orb struck Li Mo's body, the barrier of spiritual energy around him trembled violently, but when it struck Yun Ruoyan's body, it shattered the barrier. Yun Ruoyan cried out in pain. Fresh blood flowed from her forehead, a round ball had struck her forehead. Yen, Li Mo's heart ached. It's fine, Yun Ruoyan replied. As she spoke, the wound on her forehead began to repair itself. Tiny black scales drilled out of her wound and covered it, stopping the bleeding. Then, the scales slowly turned back into normal skin, and the wound on Yun Ruoyan's forehead completely disappeared. The skin on her forehead was as smooth as new, and it was impossible to tell that she had been injured. As the focus of everyone's attention, Yun Ruoyan was able to witness this bizarre scene. Thunderflame and Thunderflame knew that this was the effect of Yun Ruoyan's demonic dragon bloodline, and their eyes shone with greed as they recalled the First Elder's words. If they captured Yun Ruoyan, they would be able to exchange her for a bottle of high-grade holy water that could revive the dead. Having a bottle of holy water would be equivalent to having an extra life. How could Thunderflame and Yunruoyan not be tempted? In Thunderflame's eyes, Yunruoyan was worth as much as a bottle of holy water. Liemo raised his head and met Thunderflame's greedy gaze. He could tell what he was thinking at a glance. In Limeau's eyes, anyone who dared to harm Yunruoyan could only be punished with one word: kill without mercy. Even if he couldn't kill them, he would make them pay the price. Liemo fired a volley of ice arrows at the surrounding warriors, forcing them to retreat. Then, he swung his sword in the direction of the Thunderflame sect, using all of his cultivation in this strike. Thunderflame didn't dodge. When the cyan light sword chi hit his body, a layer of spirit power rose from his body to block the sword chi's attack. But what surprised Thunderflame was that the sword chi caused the layer of spirit power on the surface of his body to shake violently. Liemo swung his sword at Thunderflame again. This time, Thunderflame didn't dare to be careless. He pushed his hands forward, forming an earth element barrier in front of him. When the sword chi struck the barrier, it vibrated violently. The barrier disintegrated under the force of the attack, and the sword chi dissipated as well. Liemo, Thunderflame murmured. He's already at the peak of a second-rank peak blade master. If we don't capture him soon, he'll probably be no match for Liemo by the time he breaks through to third rank. What are you waiting for? Continue attacking. Thunderflame ordered, and the warriors began a new round of attacks. This round of attacks was even more ferocious than before. Thunderflame would occasionally shoot a few arrows from above, and Yunruoyan and Liemo were having a hard time dealing with them. Liemo spread his spiritual barrier over Yunruoyan's body. This way, the barrier's range of protection increased, but it became less resilient. Large amounts of spiritual energy caused the barrier to vibrate incessantly, and it looked like it was about to shatter. Naturally, Thunderbolt Badian also noticed that the two's spirit energy membrane was becoming weaker, and he shouted, "Everyone, let's attack together and shatter their spirit energy membrane. Let's see how they can resist." The warriors gathered their spiritual energy and attacked the duo with all sorts of techniques. Naturally, Liemo and Yunruoyan weren't going to just sit there and wait for death. They used their techniques to kill quite a few enemies, but they were ultimately outnumbered. Coupled with the occasional attacks from Thunderflame and Thunderclap, the spiritual barrier around their bodies finally shattered. The instant the spiritual energy membrane shattered, Thunderbolt Badian and Thunderflame couldn't help but laugh heartily. "I'd planned to set up a trap for the two of you, but it looks like there's no need for that anymore," Thunderflame commented. "That's right, Father. It looks like we've overestimated these two," Thunderflame added. He turned to the remaining 20 to 30 warriors and ordered, "Capture the two of them, as long as they're still breathing. If you capture them, you'll be rewarded with 2 sage spirit crystals and 20,000 regular spirit crystals," Thunderflame added. As soon as Thunderflame finished speaking, the warriors charged forward. For long-range attacks, they would have to rely on external spiritual techniques. For close-range attacks, they would have to resort to physical combat. "Liemo!" Yunruoyan called out to Liemo as she looked at the 20 or so warriors charging toward her. Yunruoyan's voice was calm, without the slightest hint of fear. However, Liemo still tried to comfort her. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one will be able to hurt you." Yunruoyan was just about to say that she wasn't afraid. A blinding white light emanated from Liemo's body. Yunruoyan couldn't help but turn to look at Liemo. Close your eyes. Don't hurt them." Yunruoyan was the closest to Liemo, and she wasn't on guard. As soon as she looked at Liemo, the blinding white light hurt her eyes. What a strong light. What kind of technique is this? It doesn't look like a technique, but more like a powerful spiritual weapon. What kind of spiritual weapon could emit such a blinding light? The warriors all shielded their eyes with their hands. Yunruoyan hurriedly closed her eyes, but she quickly endured the pain and opened them again. Through the blinding light, Yunruoyan saw a scene that was both familiar and strange to her. Amidst the blinding light, Li Mo was undergoing a metamorphosis. His ink-black hair was slowly turning silver, and his ink-black robes were also turning silver. Chapter 433. When the blinding light finally disappeared, the crowd could finally see Li Mo in his silver-white robe. As he transformed, the spiritual barrier that had been broken reappeared, and the aura he exuded was much stronger than before. Li Mo looked at Yunruoyan with his icy blue eyes and extended a hand. Yunruoyan also extended a hand to shake his. As their hands intertwined, Li Mo's spiritual barrier spread to Yunruoyan's body. The two of them stared coldly at Thunderous Flame and Thunderous Flame. "Father, what's wrong with Li Mo?" Thunderbolt Batian handed Andi Hong over to a nearby warrior. At this time, he was standing together with Thunderflame. Both of them were shocked by Li Mo's sudden transformation. Silver Dragon. Thunderflame didn't seem to hear Thunderflame as he continued muttering to himself. How is this possible? How can he be a member of the Silver Dragon clan? His appearance is clearly unique to the Silver Dragon clan. The image of the Silver Dragon Elder appeared in Thunderflame's mind. Li Mo had already begun his massacre. The dozens of warriors couldn't even withstand a single blow from the transformed Li Mo. Yunruoyan didn't even need to lift a finger. With a few swings of her sword, most of them were dead. Zhuifeng pierced through the clouds and finally found Yunruoyan and Li Mo's location. The scene of Li Mo transforming and slaughtering fell into his eyes. It's actually a silver dragon. The demon's sinister voice rang out in Zhuifeng's mind. Little brat, it looks like you don't even need to do anything. These small fries aren't a match for the silver dragons at all. As a result, Zhuifeng hid by the side and watched the situation unfold. Father! Thunderbolt called out anxiously as he watched Li Mo exterminate all of the warriors. They would be next. What's there to panic about? Don't we still have the first Elder's trump card? Hand over Andi Hong, and I'll spare your life. Yunruoyan shouted at the warrior who had tied Andi Hong up. Following Yunruoyan's shout, Li Mo's icy blue eyes also swept towards the warrior. The warrior had seen the entire process from Li Mo's transformation to killing everyone, and he was already terrified of him. He immediately let go of Andi Hong, and then a sword light appeared under his feet, wanting to escape alone. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. The warrior who was flying in mid-air was struck by an earth-yellow ball from the back, causing him to fall from the sky on the spot. Cowards that are afraid of death, die cleanly. Thunderflame coldly said. As for Andi Hong, she fell into Thunderbolt Batian's hands once more. Yen, how do you want to deal with this pair of father and son? Li Mo's icy blue gaze turned to Yunruoyan. If they take the initiative to release Andi Hong, then leave their corpses intact. Yunruoyan bluntly said, otherwise, they will be torn to pieces. Thunderflame laughed. If you want to tear us father and son to shreds, we'll have to see if you can make it out alive. As he spoke, he pointed a finger in the air, and a white light lit up from Thunderflame's fingertip. Then, a giant circular talisman array lit up around Yunruoyan and Li Mo. A faint gray fog appeared from the talisman array, wrapping around Yunruoyan and Li Mo. It's actually an illusory array. The demon spirit's voice rang out once more. What's an illusory array? Zhuifeng asked. A very powerful array. Well, once you fall into it, it's highly likely that you'll never be able to escape. This illusory array wasn't set up by the father and son. They don't have that kind of ability, so it seems that there's an expert behind them. Hey, kid, what are you trying to do? As the demon spirit cried out in shock, Zhuifeng flew into the illusory array. When Thunderflame saw Zhuifeng's disappearing figure, he thought to himself, there's actually someone who's rushing to his death. As he thought this, he made a series of complicated hand seals. As he did so, the fog gradually dissipated, but not a single figure could be seen within the array. Father, the first elder's trap is indeed formidable. If we'd known that we'd be able to capture those two so easily, we wouldn't have wasted so much effort, Thunderflame exclaimed. Thunderflame shook his head. Don't celebrate too early. The first elder said that the illusion array might not be able to trap the two of them. Let's wait and see. Pai Batian, release Miss Hong. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from above the father and son duo's heads. Two voices pierced through the clouds and flew toward them. Feng Yicheng, Count of the Wind. Thunderflame's expression changed. This place is so well hidden, but it was discovered so quickly. He didn't know of Mo's existence. Father, I'll deal with Feng Yicheng. You deal with Count of the Wind. Thunderflame raised a hand and knocked Auntie Hong unconscious. Don't be rash. Thunderflame raised a hand to stop Thunderflame. Leave this woman behind. We're leaving. Thunderflame took out his sky-flipping mirror and shone it at the array diagram on the ground. The diagram transformed into an image and entered the mirror. Then, the father and son duo left Auntie Hong behind and flew off on their swords. When Feng Yicheng saw the unconscious Auntie Hong on the ground, he stopped his pursuit to save her. Count of the Wind naturally stopped as well, standing by Feng Yicheng's side. Feng Yicheng was the Lord of Wind City, and protecting him was Count of the Wind's top priority. Thunderflame had used spiritual energy when he struck Auntie Hong, and she was in dire need of treatment. Count of the Wind looked around at the corpses on the ground. He didn't see Yun Ruoyan or Li Mo, but he didn't have the time to pursue the matter. The two of them brought Auntie Hong back to the Feng family's camp. Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo were surrounded by a dense fog. The two of them walked for a long time, but they still couldn't find the end of the fog. Furthermore, the light around them didn't seem to darken, nor did it seem bright. It was as if they were in a land of death where there was no time, no living things, only space. Fortunately, the two of them had already abstained from eating. Otherwise, after being trapped for so long without any food in their storage bags, they would surely starve to death. Li Mo, the two of us are trapped here, and it won't be easy for us to escape, Yun Ruoyan said. Li Mo, who was walking in front of her, suddenly stopped and turned back to look at her. The icy blue light in his eyes began to dim, and by the time Yun Ruoyan reacted, Li Mo's body had gone limp, and he collapsed to the ground, the silvery white glow on his body rapidly receding. This was a sign that he had used too much spiritual energy, and his body was exhausted. Yun Ruoyan hurriedly held Li Mo in her arms and fed him a spirit-gathering pill. Suddenly, Chocho's voice rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. Li Mo's silver dragon bloodline isn't very thick, and transforming will consume a large amount of spiritual energy, and it'll be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Li Mo had told Yun Ruoyan about this before, so unless absolutely necessary, Li Mo wouldn't transform into his true form and engage in battle. Because once the spiritual power was depleted, if the problem wasn't solved, then they could only wait to be slaughtered. Yun Ruoyan looked once more at the misty surroundings, hoping that nothing unexpected would happen before Li Mo's spiritual energy recovered. Although she was a 9th-rank swordsman now, it was far from enough to ensure the safety of the two of them in this unknown territory. Mistress, someone's aura. Chocho's voice suddenly changed. At the same time, Yun Ruoyan sensed that someone was heading their way. Yun Ruoyan took out the scarlet pupil and placed it in front of Li Mo. It can't be that whatever I think about will happen, can it? The Thunderflame father and son found a new place to hide, and Thunderflame reactivated the illusion array in the mirror. At the same time, the image of the First Elder appeared on the mirror. First Elder, Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo are in this illusion right now. Thunderflame pointed at the array on the ground. Good. The first elder finally smiled at the thunderflame father and son. Activate the array according to the method I taught you. Capture the two of them, and I'll personally come to retrieve them at noon tomorrow. After reporting the situation to the first elder, Thunderflame began activating the array. According to the first elder, he wanted them alive. As long as they weren't dead, Thunderflame wouldn't hold back. As for Shuifeng, who wasn't afraid of death, Thunderflame would grant him his wish and kill him. Thunderflame extended both hands towards the magic formation and gestured with both hands. The various runes on the magic formation began to glow in various colors. Shuifeng had entered the illusory realm after Yunruoyan and Yunruoyan, and he had followed their auras to find them. As soon as he discovered the figure in front of him, a fireball flew toward him. He hurriedly blocked it with his sword and called out, "Ruoyan, it's me, Shuifeng." Shuifeng. Yunruoyan was more confused than shocked. "Why are you here?" As Shuifeng walked closer, Yunruoyan put away the scarlet pupil in her hand. "Why are you here?" Shuifeng gave a simple explanation of how he came in here. "I'll get you out of here," Shuifeng said. "Do you have a way out?" Yunruoyan asked. "I found a way out while searching for you. Come with me now." Shuifeng reached out to help Liamo up, but as soon as his hand touched him, Liamo opened his eyes. "Liamo, you're awake. How are you feeling?" Yunruoyan asked. Liamo smiled at Yunruoyan. "I'm fine. How about you?" His gaze subconsciously drifted toward Yunruoyan's abdomen, and Yunruoyan placed a hand on her abdomen. "I'm fine, too. We're both fine. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive this time. Not only did I fail to save you, but I even put you and me in danger." Liamo didn't want to forgive her so easily, or else Yunruoyan's impulsive personality would become uncontrollable. Just then, Chocho's voice rang out in both their minds. "Silver dragons are cunning, while demonic dragons are impulsive. Mistress, you possess the demonic dragon bloodline, and being impulsive is a trait of the demonic dragon race. Unless you can fully control the bloodline, you won't be able to control your impulsive nature." Chapter 434. Actually, both Yunruoyan and Liamo had sensed this as well, but they hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, however, it had caught their attention. "Let's go. We can't stay here for long," Shuifeng urged. Shuifeng reached out to help Liamo up, but the moment his hand touched Liamo frowned and moved away. Shuifeng didn't seem to mind Liamo's actions. He walked in front, with Yunruoyan supporting Liamo and following behind. Before long, the three of them were suddenly engulfed in flames. The flames surrounded the three of them in a circle, and in the blink of an eye, they were as tall as a grown man. Yunruoyan tried to leap out of the flames with Liamo in tow, but the flames quickly closed in on them, forcing them back. The three of them were completely engulfed by the flames. Will the flames burn the two of them to death? Thunderous Bashan's gaze landed on the formation. Through it, he and Thunderous Flame could see what was happening within. "It's an illusion," Thunderous Flame commented as he manipulated the formation. "Father, are you saying that the flames surrounding them are fake?" "Not exactly. They're flames formed by the spiritual energy within the formation, but they'll only harm their minds. They definitely won't be burned to death," Thunderous Flame replied. Just as Yunruoyan and Liamo were reveling in their glee, a hole suddenly appeared in the barrier of fire surrounding Yunruoyan and Liamo. Yunruoyan had cleaved a large hole in the barrier with Chi Tong. Chi Tong was a fire-attuned spiritual energy user, and the flames within the illusion were clearly no match for Chi Tong. "Father, they actually managed to escape." Thunderous Flame's eyes narrowed as he made a series of hand seals. As soon as Yunruoyan and Liamo escaped, countless ice swords flew out from the void in front of them. Yun Ruoyan stood in front of Liemo, using Qi Tong as a wall. The ice swords melted into nothingness as soon as they came into contact with Qi Tong. Shuifeng, what are you doing? Come and help. Yun Ruoyan called out. Shuifeng unsheathed his sword, but his eyes suddenly darkened. He thrust the sword at Liemo's back. With a clang, Shuifeng's sword didn't strike Liemo. Instead, it struck Liemo's azure light sword. Liemo used all his strength to push Shuifeng back. Shuifeng, what are you doing? At that moment, Shuifeng seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. He raised his sword and stabbed at Liemo once more, the last bit of spiritual energy in Liemo's body having been depleted. As Yun Ruoyan dealt with the ice arrows in front of her, she released fireballs to stop Shuifeng. However, those fireballs couldn't stop Shuifeng. He blocked the fireballs and stabbed toward Liemo and Yun Ruoyan with a murderous expression. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Shuifeng. With a puchit sound, the tip of a sword appeared in Shuifeng's chest. Shuifeng. Yun Ruoyan looked at the slowly collapsing Shuifeng, her heart aching. She hadn't expected Shuifeng to suddenly attack them, much less be killed. They had gone through countless life and death situations together, and they had promised to return to the Qinyuan continent together. Yun Ruoyan's heart trembled, and she slowed down in her attempts to block the ice swords. A few of them broke through her defenses, but Liemo saw them in time and pulled her away. A figure flashed in front of them and the person who had just killed Shuifeng appeared in front of them. A black shield appeared in his hand and he blocked all the ice swords in front of him. Hurry up and leave this place. This is the eye of the formation, the person called out. Yun Ruoyan finally shifted her gaze from Shuifeng's corpse to the person who had spoken. Shuifeng. What's going on? Hurry up and leave with me. Shuifeng clearly didn't have much time to explain, and he continued to retreat with his shield in hand. As they retreated, the number of ice swords dwindled until they completely disappeared. Shuifeng, what's going on? Yun Ruoyan asked. This is an illusion. Shuifeng put away his shield. That was an illusion created by the formation. Thank goodness you made it in time, or Yen and I would have been in danger. When Shuifeng had tried to approach Liemo had discovered that the Shuifeng they had met earlier was a fake, so he had been guarding his back against a sneak attack. This formation has many eyes, some of which represent life, while others represent death, Shuifeng explained. Just now, you walked to the door of death, where there are many traps. If we walk to the door of life, will we be able to escape? Yun Ruoyan probed. No. Shuifeng shook his head. We're currently on the door of life, and the door of life only represents safety. Without a way to escape, the three of them rested where they were. Yun Ruoyan gave Liemo the spirit-grade crystal she had on her, and after about half a day, Liemo's nearly empty spiritual vortex was finally filled with a third of spiritual energy. Liemo opened his eyes and looked around. Yun Ruoyan was right beside him, cultivating, and Shuifeng wasn't far away, his eyes also half closed. As if sensing Liemo's gaze, Shuifeng opened his eyes, and their gazes met briefly before moving away. After confirming that there was no immediate danger, Liemo closed his eyes and continued cultivating. As they rested, the demonic spirit's voice rang out in Shuifeng's mind. Kid, I'm the only one who can help you escape from this place. What are you hesitating for? Do you want to be trapped here forever? Or will the people behind the Thunder Father and Son come out to capture you? Shut up, Shuifeng ordered. Don't expect me to compromise until the very last moment. Oh, there's something I almost forgot to tell you, the demonic spirit continued. The door of life and the door of death are constantly shifting. Perhaps the door of life you're in right now will become the door of death. Shuifeng's brows furrowed deeply. The door of life and the door of death could actually shift. Seeing that Shui Feng was ignoring him, the demonic spirit finally quieted down. Shui Feng, however, didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Although he kept his eyes closed, he released his spiritual sense to the fullest extent possible. "Father, it's already daybreak, and the first elder will be here soon." Both Thunderflame and Thunderflame hadn't slept the entire night. Thunderflame had been practicing hand seals by the array, and Thunderflame had been observing from the side. The situation of those who had escaped from the door of death was still reflected in the array. "Father, if we don't capture them by the time the first elder arrives, we won't be able to explain ourselves," Thunderflame said worriedly. Thunderflame smiled. "There's no way they'll be able to escape now. I've already gathered all the doors of death in the array and moved them to their current position. They won't be able to escape even if they grow wings." As he spoke, he formed a series of hand seals. The three people in the array sensed the anomaly at the same time, and they opened their eyes simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, the small tremors became earth-shaking. Flames, ice swords, vines, sand, and pebbles surged toward the three of them. The three of them quickly closed in. Shui Feng used his shield to block the incoming attacks, while Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan, who had recovered quite a bit, used their spiritual swords to block the incoming attacks. The three of them formed an impenetrable defense. With a loud crack, a large fissure suddenly appeared beneath their feet. The three of them reacted quickly, and sword light shone from beneath their feet as they floated above the fissure. However, the fissure immediately produced a suction force that pulled the three of them into it. Yun Ruoyan looked down at the blood-red magma gushing out of the fissure. The steam that was spewing out of the fissure was extremely real. Even though she knew that this was an illusion, she knew that if they really fell into it, it wouldn't be any better than dying on the spot. However, the suction force grew stronger and stronger. Coupled with the incessant attacks around them, the three of them were unable to defend themselves in time, and they suffered some injuries. Because of the spiritual barrier and the shield's protection, they didn't suffer any major injuries. However, as time passed, they wouldn't be able to hold out. "How about it, little fellow? Do you still not agree to my suggestion?" The demon spirit's voice rang out in Shui Feng's mind once more. "As long as you and I are completely fused, my strength will be fully unleashed through you, and escaping from this illusion will be as easy as flipping a hand. Fusing with me will not only save your own life, but the lives of your two friends as well. Time is precious, so you'd best not hesitate any longer. If I die, you'll disappear with me." "I know of another way to help me escape," Shui Feng replied. "I do have a way," the demon spirit replied. "But if you don't fuse with me, I'll only save you, and the woman you love will disappear from this place forever. In any case, you've never been in her heart, so you don't have to care." Shui Feng gritted his teeth and finally relented. "All right, I agree to your conditions." "Ha, you're indeed a man who values friendship." The demon spirit was overjoyed. "Father, they definitely won't be able to escape this time." Thundercloud Batian exclaimed as he watched the three of them struggle to survive the attacks and the suction force of the fissure. "Wait until I give them the final straw." After saying that, Thunderflame formed a series of hand seals. However, before the hand seals could take effect, something unexpected happened. Shui Feng's hand suddenly glowed with a black light, and he grabbed at the air, tearing a hole in it. The hole grew larger and larger, until it became a door. "Quick, escape from here!" Shui Feng shouted to the two people behind him. Chapter 435. Shui Feng, you. Yun Ruoyan was shocked to see that Shui Feng had managed to tear through space with his bare hands. Li Mo was just as shocked. "I can't hold on for much longer. Let's go!" Shui Feng shouted. Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo glanced at each other, suppressing all the shock and confusion in their hearts as they stepped through the opening Zhuorifeng had created. Zhuorifeng followed them out of the illusory realm. How is this possible? How could they have broken through the first elder's illusion? Thunderflame was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he saw the three figures suddenly appear on the array formation. At the same time, Yun Ruoyan, Li Mo, and Zhuorifeng all turned to look at the three youths. Thunderflame and his son, it looks like we'll finally be able to settle this once and for all, Yun Ruoyan declared. Sui Batin recovered from his shock and whispered to Thunderflame beside him, "Father, they must have a very powerful spiritual artifact on them that can destroy spirit arrays." Thunderflame agreed with this explanation. He could see that even though Zhuorifeng's cultivation had broken through the Great Circle realm, tearing through space was something that even he, a level 3 Great Circle realm cultivator, couldn't do, let alone a level 1 Great Circle realm cultivator like him. "Let's settle this once and for all," Thunderflame replied casually. Both he and Thunderflame had high cultivations, and even if they couldn't completely defeat the three youths in front of them, they would at least be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, the first elder looked up at the sky. The first elder of the silver dragons would be arriving soon. As long as the two of them were trapped, then the first elder would be able to capture them alive with ease. The two of them had only exchanged a few words when a blur flashed past Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo. Li Mo frowned slightly, because he could feel a cold aura emanating from that blur. Zhuorifeng and Thunderflame had already begun fighting. The black whip in Zhuorifeng's hand was like a dark serpent from hell. It wrapped around Thunderflame's body, biting and twisting around him. In just a few moves, Thunderflame was forced back repeatedly, unable to retaliate at all. Yun Ruoyan's original plan was to team up with Zhuorifeng to deal with Thunderflame, so that Li Mo could directly suppress Thunderflame, and the three of them could then work together to defeat Thunderflame. As far as Yun Ruoyan was concerned, she didn't even need to mention this plan. Based on their mutual understanding, Li Mo and Zhuorifeng had naturally thought of it as well. However, when she saw how Zhuorifeng was forcing Thunderflame into a corner and how Thunderflame was unable to intervene at all, she felt that this was truly unexpected. Zhuorifeng's entire body was shrouded in a cold, sinister aura that was both familiar and foreign to Yun Ruoyan. It was similar to the ghost chi of a ghost, but it was much more powerful and strange. Not only that, but Zhuorifeng's killing intent soared to the heavens. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a thirst for blood and slaughter. Yun Ruoyan couldn't imagine what he must have been through to be in such a state. Li Mo grabbed Yun Ruoyan's hand to prevent her from acting rashly under the influence of the demonic dragon's blood. Compared to Yun Ruoyan, Li Mo wasn't as shocked by Zhuorifeng's actions. Recalling the strange reactions he had felt from Zhuorifeng recently, he began to have some ideas. Zhuorifeng must have been acting strangely for a long time. From the looks of it, he must have been influenced by the demonic cultivators. In Li Mo's heart, there was no such thing as good or evil. As long as one wasn't evil, he didn't mind being unorthodox. It wasn't just Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan who were shocked by Zhuorifeng's appearance. Seeing that Thunderflame was being forced back step by step, Thunderflame had initially wanted to step in and help, but now he was afraid. In the face of absolute power, he was afraid for the first time. Thunderflame's trying to escape. Yun Ruoyan saw Thunderflame slowly moving toward the cave's entrance from the corner of her eye, and she subconsciously took out Scarlet Eye. "I'll deal with him," Li Mo said. "Protect yourself." In a flash, Li Mo appeared behind Pai Batian, blocking the entrance to the cave. Thunderflame was naturally no match for Li Mo. Although he was a second-rank sword saint, he had been stuck at the early stages of second rank. Li Mo, on the other hand, had long since surpassed him and reached the peak of second rank. A peak Blade Master against an early rank Blade Master, coupled with Li Mo's own bloodline advantage, was enough to crush Thunderflame. Just as Li Mo restrained Thunderflame, Thunderflame was finally unable to defend himself against Zhuorifeng's attack. His sword was wrapped up by Zhuorifeng's black whip. Thunderflame gripped the hilt of his sword as tightly as if it were a life-saving straw. Zhuorifeng's black aura surged, and Thunderflame felt a strange, powerful spiritual energy flow from his whip to his sword, then into his spiritual vortex. Pfft! Thunderflame spat out a mouthful of blood as his spirit sea trembled violently. If you're not Zhuorifeng, who are you? Thunderflame wanted to let go of the Thunderbolt divine sword in his hand, but he found that he couldn't break free from the strange spirit energy. The moment the spirit energy in his spiritual sea came into contact with the strange spirit energy, it would immediately become one with it. Thunderflame was horrified to find that the person in front of him was assimilating his spirit energy and absorbing his life force. Who am I? The demon spirit, which had already fused with Zhuorifeng, spoke in a cold voice. Do you little things think you're worthy of knowing my name? As it spoke, the demon spirit increased its absorption, and Thunderflame's body began to shrivel up at a rate visible to the naked eye. If you're not Zhuorifeng, who are you? It was Yun Ruoyan who asked this question. Zhuorifeng turned back to look at Yun Ruoyan, his eyes shrouded in black mist staring straight at her. Yun Ruoyan's heart suddenly shook, and her divine sense also shook. Extremely bloody scenes kept appearing in Yun Ruoyan's mind. In the scene, ghostly qi lingered, and the silver and black dragon bodies kept tumbling about, fighting each other. Fresh blood splattered everywhere in the black ghost qi. I remember now, I finally remember now. An old man's voice suddenly rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. Mistress, it's the Phalai blade. Its spirit is trying to break free of its seal, Chiochio's voice rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. The Phalai blade. Yun Ruoyan endured the agitation of both her spiritual vortex and her mind. The Phalai blade was a spiritual weapon that she had picked up from a glacial lake, and the First Elder had sealed it within her body. The First Elder had told her that she would only be able to break free of its seal once she became a peak blade master, but she hadn't expected that it would attempt to break free of its own seal today. On the other side, just as Thunderflame was about to be sucked dry by the demon spirit, a beam of light suddenly shot out from his palm. Thunderflame's withered and lifeless face finally shone with the light of life. Thunderflame used the last bit of spiritual energy he had left to summon the sky-turning mirror. It flew into the air, and a pillar of light shot out of it, revealing a silver-white elder. First Elder, save us. Thunderflame and Thunderflame begged the Silver Dragon Elder at the same time. However, the First Elder's gaze was fixated on Zhuorifeng, meeting his eyes, which were shrouded in black energy. After a few breaths, the Silver Dragon Elder finally opened his mouth. Demon spirit, you're still alive. Ha ha ha. Zhuorifeng let out a cold, arrogant, and slightly angry laugh. You're not dead yet, so how could I bear to let you perish like that? It's been 1,000 years, and you've aged quite a bit. Save me. Thunderflame cried for help once more. Under the demon spirit's relentless absorption, all that was left of him was a skeleton. The Silver Dragon Elder's gaze swept across Thunderflame's body. You're useless now. I'll send you on your way. With that, the Silver Dragon Elder waved a hand in Thunderflame's direction. An icy blue spark flew into Thunderflame's body, and with a soft bang, Thunderflame was reduced to a pile of ash. Father! Thunderbolt Badian cried out in pain as he watched his father turn into ashes in the blink of an eye. You might still be of some use. The Silver Dragon Elder's gaze landed on Thunderflame's body, then he extended a hand to Liamo. Liamo felt a huge suction force from the Silver Dragon Elder's hand, pulling both Thunderflame and Thunderflame toward him. Liamo couldn't resist this suction force, so he loosened the shackles on Pai Badian. Pai Badian was sucked toward the Silver Dragon, while Liamo stabbed his sword into the ground to stabilize himself. Just as Thunderflame was about to fall into the silver dragon elder's hands, the demon spirit whipped out a black whip and wrapped it around one of Thunderflame's legs. "This little thing has offended a friend of mine, so I have to kill him," the demon spirit declared. Mo Ling said. Then, he pulled back the black whip in his hand. There was a sound of flesh tearing, followed by a low cry of pain. One of his legs had been torn off by the black whip. After tearing off Thunderflame's leg, the demon spirit once again whipped out a black whip at Thunderflame. The silver dragon elder was prepared for this, and he extended his spiritual barrier to Thunderflame's body. The black whip was pierced by the demon spirit's spiritual energy, but it didn't pierce through the barrier. The two of them were in a stalemate. Ha! Suddenly, an old man's laughter rang out. How could I miss out on such a lively occasion? Both the demon spirit and silver dragon turned in the direction of the sound. A black shadow shot out from Yun Ruoyan's forehead, transforming into a black, semicircular spiritual weapon that stopped by Yun Ruoyan's side. This was the Phalai blade, which had been sealed by the first elder. Sitting cross-legged on top of it was the sword spirit, the old man who had lost his memory. Chapter 436. It's you, Patriarch Demonic Dragon, the demon spirit and the silver dragon elder exclaimed in unison. You actually, that's right, I didn't perish either. The elder sitting cross-legged on the Phalai blade exclaimed. It looks like the heavens aren't too cruel to the demonic dragon clan, after all, to spare my life. Back then, we sacrificed the Skyspan mirror, but we didn't manage to kill you. The silver dragon elder and Mo Ling lowered their hands at the same time. Both of them looked at the demon dragon patriarch with vigilance. The demon spirit waved his hand and tossed the half-dead thunderbolt Batian into a corner. Li Mo walked up to Yun Ruoyan's side. Both of them could tell that something was amiss, and they tacitly retreated to the side, trying to reduce their presence as much as possible as they watched the situation unfold with suspicion. Humph. The demon dragon ancestor looked at the demon spirit and coldly said, Wang, I trusted you so much in the past and asked for your help. Yet, you and the silver dragon worked together to lure me into an illusion and then killed me. Fortunately, I relied on the Phalai blade to escape. Why, do you two still want to work together today? I'm afraid that without your schemes, it won't be easy to defeat me again. As the demon dragon ancestor spoke, he formed a seal with both hands. The moment the seal was formed, a gust of wind rose around him. Violent spiritual power poured out from the seal formed by his hands. Oh no, it's the demonic dragon art. Zhuo Yifeng's expression changed. Patriarch Demonic Dragon, let's talk this out. Even if we're going to fight, let's make things clear first. The silver dragon elder didn't look any better. He was already holding the Skyspan mirror in his hand, ready to fight at any moment. The demonic dragon art, Yun Ruoyan murmured to herself. Is this the technique I started cultivating? Just from the reaction of the demon spirit and the silver dragon elder, it was clear that the demonic dragon art was going to be a powerful technique, and that she had only cultivated a small part of it. Alright, then I'll listen to your explanation before we fight. The demon dragon ancestor clasped his hands together and stopped making gestures. The array formation in front of him also disappeared instantly. The violent wind and the violent spiritual power disappeared at the same time. The demonic soul said, back then, it was this old man silver dragon who lured me with holy water. That's why I betrayed my friends. However, I didn't expect that after he destroyed you, he went back on his word. Not only did he not share the holy water with me, he even tried to kill me. Just as you said, old brother, fortunately, the heavens have eyes. Although my body was destroyed, my spirit was covered by the devil's whip. I was stranded in a low-level continent and only saw the light after 1,000 years. Brother, I'm a victim too, right? What a good victim. The silver dragon elder continued, back then, you were the one who unintentionally found out about the holy water and took the initiative to cooperate with me. To think that I was the one who seduced you. You demons are really shameless. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever ask you to cooperate with me? Mo Ling retorted. Then he looked at Mo Long Ancestor and said sincerely, brother, don't listen to him. Both of us were harmed by him. I was just seeking justice from him. Brother, it just so happens that I can count you in as well. The great ancestor of the demon dragon frowned and asked coldly, what is the holy water that you keep talking about? This question startled the demon spirit, but he immediately reacted and said, brother, you still don't know what the holy water is even now. The holy water is extracted from the bloodline of your demonic dragon clan. It can heal, regenerate, and even be an elixir that can cause death. Although the demon dragon clan and the silver dragon clan have always been at odds, they have been in harmony for nearly 1,000 years. It was the silver dragon clan that discovered that the blood in your body has the effect of reviving the dead. Therefore, they plan to destroy you and refine your descendants into holy water. I see. The demon dragon ancestor suppressed his anger and looked at the silver dragon elder. The silver dragon elder looked at the demonic soul. The demonic soul revealed everything he had done, which further aroused the hatred of the demon dragon ancestor. The silver dragon elder calmly looked at the possessed Jory Feng and said, Mo Ling, there is something that even you don't know. Ha! What is it? Do you have some other scheme? About the holy water, you only know part of it. After 1,000 years of continuous refining, I finally refined the holy water of immortality. In the past, the holy water could heal and bring the dead back to life. But now, not only can it bring the dead back to life, but it can also make you immortal. The silver dragon elder said. The silver dragon clan is far more cunning than the demon clan. The lifespan of this world has always been limited. Where did you get immortality? I have never heard of it, and you dare to use it to trick me. You are really old and thick-skinned. The demonic soul did not believe him. It was common knowledge that the lifespan of cultivators was longer than that of mortals. But whether it was decades or centuries, there was still a limit to one's lifespan. No one had ever reached the realm of immortality, so the demonic soul did not believe what the silver dragon elder said. I am not lying. I am the best proof, the silver dragon elder said. The silver dragon elder said, you've only lived for 1,000 years because you've attached your soul to a spiritual weapon, but I've lived for 1,000 years with my body. I've already mastered the holy water of immortality. The silver dragon elder looked at the demonic soul and threw him another olive branch. As long as you and I work together to completely destroy the demon dragon ancestor, I will give you the holy water. Not only can it help you become immortal, but it can also help you rebuild your body. Although this body of yours has completely fused with you, it's still not your own. How about it? Do you want to consider it? The silver dragon elder's words tempted the demonic soul. Immortality and rebuilding his body were things he had always dreamed of, but he had never dared to think about it. Although he was tempted, he did not act rashly. The silver dragon elder's words were too far-fetched for the demonic soul. Are you trying to tempt me again and then kill me again? I won't fall for the same trick twice. As Yun Ruoyan listened to the conversation between the three, her gaze inadvertently landed on Pai Batian, who was sitting in a corner. He still had one leg, but he was still alive. Yun Ruoyan's gaze landed on the finger of his left hand. Lin Qingchen's ring was still on his finger. Yun Ruoyan wanted to retrieve the ring immediately, but she suppressed that urge. The three men in front of her were clearly not on the same level as her and Liemo, and if she accidentally attracted the attention of any one of them, they could easily kill both of them with a wave of their hands. It was best to be cautious. In the corner, however, Pai Batian didn't want to stay put any longer. In fact, he hadn't fainted at all, he had only feigned death to save his own life. Now that the three of them weren't paying any attention to him, he wanted to take the opportunity to escape. However, he only had one leg, and it was still bleeding profusely. If he didn't stop the bleeding in time, he would die from excessive blood loss. Although his current situation was dire, Pai Batian still felt a sliver of relief. He still had the bottle of holy water in his storage ring. Feeling dizzy, Pai Batian didn't even have the strength to crawl. Unable to care about anything else, he took out the bottle of holy water and gulped it down. The moment Pai Batian drank the holy water, the silver dragon elder felt its spiritual energy. He extended a hand in Pai Batian's direction, and the bottle of holy water in Pai Batian's hand flew into his hand. However, Pai Batian had already drunk all of the holy water. "This is the holy water I bestowed upon that man," and he drank it all. The silver dragon elder tilted the bottle down, revealing that not a single drop was left. "Now you can see for yourselves the power of the holy water," the silver dragon elder continued. All of them turned to look at Pai Batian, who was still in the corner. Black scales were crawling out of the wound on his leg, becoming thicker and thicker until they formed the shape of a leg. "That's the innate gift of rebirth," the silver dragon elder exclaimed. "Silver dragon, you've really turned my children into holy water." The silver dragon elder glared angrily at the silver dragon elder. Then, he waved his hand at Pai Batian, and the scales that had just formed the shape of a leg spontaneously combusted. "Ah! My leg! My leg!" Pai Batian screamed in pain, and the flames from the scales quickly spread to his entire body. He kept rolling on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames, but the flames grew bigger and bigger. In the end, Pai Batian turned into a fireball and stopped moving. When the fireball was extinguished, all that was left was a human-shaped charcoal. "What a powerful demonic dragon fire," the silver dragon elder said as he looked at the demonic spirit again. "The holy water is real. You saw it just now. As long as we work together to kill the demonic dragon great ancestor again, I will give you the holy water to regenerate your physical body." This time, the demon spirit is really tempted. The silver dragon elder's eyes darted back and forth between the silver dragon and the demonic dragon. "Do you really think that you can kill me by working together?" The demonic dragon elder sneered. "1,000 years ago, if you didn't trap me in an illusion and use the 3 mirrors at the same time, do you think you can kill me?" "Demon spirit, I'm afraid you're not fated to get the holy water that the silver dragon elder spoke of." "Demon spirit, don't be scared by him," the silver dragon elder said. "No matter how powerful he is, he doesn't have a physical body anymore. Just a strand of his divine soul can't do much. If we work together, we have a good chance of winning." "Alright, then let's try." The demonic dragon elder didn't waste any more words. He performed another hand seal, and the sky changed color again. "Demon spirit, let's go," the silver dragon elder urged. "No." The demon spirit hesitated. "It's not easy for me to see the light of day again. I can't risk being turned into ashes again. I can't." The demon spirit didn't advance. Instead, he retreated. "Silver dragon, the grudge between you and the demonic dragon elder has nothing to do with me. I won't get involved," the demon spirit said. "But you caused me to lose my physical body 1,000 years ago. You owe me, and I'll get it back from you. If you're lucky enough to survive this, wait for me at the Silver Dragon Palace on the extreme Abyss continent." After the demon spirit finished speaking, a sword light appeared under his feet and he quickly flew towards the entrance of the cave. The demon dragon elder was casting, and the silver dragon elder couldn't get away, so the two of them could only watch the demon spirit escape alone. Chapter 437. Violent spiritual energy surged from the dragon patriarch's hand seals, and the silver dragon elder held the sky-turning mirror in his hand. He didn't know how he did it, but the sky-turning mirror suddenly enlarged and stood in front of him like a shield. Liemo held Yun Ruoyan tightly in his arms to prevent her from getting hurt. If not for the two elders blocking the cave entrance, Liemo would have already escaped with Yun Ruoyan. When the seals were formed, the demonic dragon ancestor pushed his hands towards the silver dragon elder and a terrifying pillar of spiritual energy shot out from the array before him. That pillar of light hit the silver dragon elder's sky-flipping mirror. With a crack, another crack appeared on the surface of the sky-turning mirror. But at the same time the heaven-turning mirror cracked, the mirror also played a reflective role, and a part of the spiritual light beam hit the demon dragon ancestor's body. The demonic dragon patriarch's expression changed, and the formation he was controlling trembled, causing the beam of light to flicker in and out of existence. Patriarch, I'm not going to fight you today. Come find me on the extreme abyss continent if you dare. The silver dragon elder found an opportunity. He suddenly turned into a stream of light and entered the sky-turning mirror. Then, the mirror also turned into a stream of light and sped out of the cave. Silver dragon, don't run. The demonic dragon patriarch shouted. He wanted to give chase, but the Phalai blade didn't seem to listen to his commands. Only then did he turn his attention to Yun Ruoyan and Limo's voices. The Phalai blade brought the elder to Yun Ruoyan's side, and Liemo helped her up. Little one, the elder called out. You should call me master. The demonic dragon patriarch wanted to say more, but his words were stuck in his throat when he heard Yun Ruoyan's chirping. You little brat, you didn't know who I was before, and I forgot who I was. That's why you were so rude to me. Now that you know who I am, how dare you treat me so rudely? Be careful, or I'll teach you a lesson, the demonic dragon patriarch grumbled. In the past, a strand of his soul had remained in the Phalai blade, becoming its sword spirit. Because of his long slumber, he had forgotten his own identity. Later, Yun Ruoyan accidentally discovered the Phalai blade in the lake and became its master. As the sword spirit, the demonic dragon ancestor naturally had to address Yun Ruoyan as his master. Chochio's words weren't wrong, but how was it possible for the demonic dragon ancestor to call Yun Ruoyan his master? No matter what your identity is, my master is your master. This is an undeniable fact, Chochio said, unwilling to give up. Old ancestor Mo Long's expression became even more unsightly. Yun Ruoyan couldn't eavesdrop on the conversation between Chochio and the demonic dragon patriarch, so when she saw the demonic dragon patriarch's expression change, she became wary. After all, it wasn't clear whether he was a friend or foe. Liemo, on the other hand, had overheard the conversation between Chochio and the demonic dragon elder. Chochio's negotiating with the elder, so let's just wait and see. Mistress, control the Phalai blade's flight, Chochio said in Yun Ruoyan's mind. Yun Ruoyan followed Chochio's instructions and controlled the Phalai blade's flight in the same manner as before. Yun Ruoyan had been able to control the Phalai blade very well when she was still a 4th-rank swordsman, and now that she was a 9th-rank swordsman, it was a piece of cake for her. Without any warning, the Phalai blade suddenly flew around the small cave. The demonic dragon ancestor, who was on it, was caught off guard and was about to be lifted into the air as well. Stop, stop, the demonic dragon ancestor shouted. I told you to stop. Yun Ruoyan finally commanded the Phalai blade to stop. The demonic dragon ancestor's wisp of soul finally stabilized, and he glared at Yun Ruoyan angrily. Mistress, you don't have to be afraid of him, Chochio said. Although the demonic dragon ancestor is powerful, he's only a wisp of his soul. He can't leave the Phalai blade, and the Phalai blade has acknowledged you as its master, so he's your subordinate just like me, haha. Yun Ruoyan spoke up amidst Chochio's proud laughter. Chochio, the way he chased the silver dragon elder away just now wasn't a joke. If he didn't want to acknowledge me as his master, he could have killed me and turned me into an ownerless object. This girl sure knows what's good for her. The demonic dragon ancestor had overheard Yun Ruoyan and Qiu Qiu's conversation. That little thing must have been sealed away for too long, and his brain isn't working well anymore. What are you talking about? You're the one who's not working well. Qiu Qiu retorted angrily. The two of them had always liked to bicker, and even after all this time, they were still the same. Yun Ruoyan smiled. Senior, please don't lower yourself to Qiu Qiu's level. Not bad. The demonic dragon ancestor stroked his long beard and looked at Yun Ruoyan with satisfaction. Your demonic dragon bloodline is very pure. I didn't expect that after 4 millennia, I'd still be able to see a descendant of my demonic dragon bloodline. The moment the demonic dragon ancestor regained his memories, he knew who Yun Ruoyan was. He had been slumbering in the glacial lake for nearly 1,000 years, but this girl with the demonic dragon bloodline had awakened him. Was this a sign from the heavens that the demonic dragon clan could finally see the light of day once more? The demonic dragon ancestor's gaze toward Yun Ruoyan suddenly turned passionate, causing Li Mo to feel a little uneasy. Senior, what are your plans now? Li Mo asked, shielding Yun Ruoyan behind him. The demonic dragon ancestor looked at Li Mo coldly. A silver dragon brat, no, a brat with the bloodline of the silver dragons. Yun Ruoyan could hear the murderous intent in the silver dragon elder's tone. The demonic dragon ancestor and the silver dragon clan were irreconcilable enemies, and the demonic dragon ancestor was filled with hatred for everything and everyone related to the silver dragon clan. Senior, he's not a silver dragon, Yun Ruoyan hurriedly explained. He's just like me, a part of the silver dragon bloodline, and he's my husband. He's your husband? The demonic dragon ancestor asked in shock. One with the silver dragon bloodline, and the other with the demonic dragon bloodline, had become husband and wife. The demonic dragon elder seemed to sense a strange aura emanating from Yun Ruoyan's body. He couldn't help but glance at her abdomen. Not only had they become husband and wife, they'd even shared the same bloodline. The silver dragons also have a grudge against me for killing my parents, so not only will I not be a threat to the demonic dragons, but I'll even help you deal with them, Shui Feng explained. Seeing the demonic dragon ancestor's silence, Yun Ruoyan asked, Senior, what do you have to say next? I can remove my contract with the Phalai Blade and return you your freedom. Patriarch demonic dragon waved a hand. I'm going back to the Qinyuan continent with you. The battle 1,000 years ago took place on the Qinyuan continent. Although the demonic dragons died in body, their souls did not perish. I want to find my kin. Since you have the demonic dragon bloodline, I'm sure you know where they are. Yun Ruoyan didn't intend to tell the demonic dragon ancestor about the lair, because she was worried that he would try to resurrect his kin. In the past, Yun Ruoyan had never considered sacrificing herself. Now that she had Li Mo, a child, and a home of her own, she was even less willing to sacrifice herself. If the demonic dragon ancestor forced her, she would die with him. In that short period of time, Yun Ruoyan had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. What Yun Ruoyan didn't expect was that the demonic dragon ancestor would use a soul-harvesting technique to read her thoughts and learn of the existence of the lair from her mind. This shocked Yun Ruoyan, but the demonic dragon ancestor continued, In the past, I would have used any means necessary to sacrifice you in exchange for my master's rebirth, but there's no need for that now. What do you mean? Yun Rongyan and Li Mo asked at the same time. What I mean is that there's no need for a successor of the demonic dragon bloodline, and my kin can be resurrected, the demonic dragon ancestor explained frankly. The demon spirit ancestor didn't hide anything and said, Our demon dragon clan has an ancient array. After activating the array and combining with the demon dragon bloodline, we can reconstruct the dragon body of our dead clansmen. This process requires extremely pure blood. Now, apart from this girl's bloodline, there's also a substitute. This girl's bloodline is limited, and the number of kin she can resurrect is limited. If we can obtain this substitute, we'll be able to resurrect a large number of kin. The more the demonic dragon ancestor spoke, the more excited he became, as if reviving the demonic dragon clan was just around the corner. Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo could guess what he was referring to from his words. You're referring to the holy water. That's right. As long as we can obtain the holy water, we'll be able to resurrect the demonic dragon clan. The demonic dragon ancestor continued to possess the Falai blade as a sword spirit. Yun Ruoyan stored the blade in her bracelet, then she and Li Mo went to meet up with Feng Yicheng and the others. When they learned that the Thunderbolt father and son had been killed, everyone was overjoyed, especially Auntie Hong and Hoodlum. Knowing that their vengeance had been avenged, Auntie Hong's guilt toward her sisters lessened somewhat, and she smiled for the first time since her rescue. Without the Thunderbolt father and son, the entire Thunderbolt manor scattered. The families that had allied themselves with the Thunderbolt family were defeated by Feng Yicheng one after another, and the remaining families that had remained neutral also expressed their allegiance. In less than half a year, almost the entire Netherworld continent had submitted to the Feng family, and the Feng family had become the true hegemon of the continent. Feng Yicheng also officially became the head of the Feng family, and on an auspicious day, he tied the knot with Auntie Hong. Half a year passed quickly, and it was finally time for the Whirlpool Gate to open. On this day, Feng Yicheng, Auntie Hong, Thunderbolt, and Lai Yun, who had married Thunderbolt, came to send Yun Ruoyan and the others off. Sister Ruoyan, I don't know when we'll be able to see each other again. Auntie Hong held Yun Ruoyan's hand, tears in her eyes. If not for Yun Ruoyan risking her life to save her so many times, she wouldn't have been able to live a life that she could only dream of. Chapter 438. Sister, don't be too sad. Yun Ruoyan looked at Auntie Hong's slightly protruding belly. Be careful of the young master in there. You have to take care of yourself, too. When you give birth, you have to bring the child with you. I'll be waiting for you, Auntie Hong said. After half a year, Yun Ruoyan's belly was no longer small, and in another 3 or 4 months, she would be ready to give birth. Yun Ruoyan hugged Auntie Hong lightly, then turned to Thunderclap. I'm sorry I wasn't able to find your arm, Yun Ruoyan said apologetically. Thunderclap had been incinerated by the demonic dragon patriarch's spiritual fire, and so had Thunderclap's arm. Don't worry, I'm already used to living without an arm, Thunderclap replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Yun's voice rang out. I'll take care of him. I'm his arm. Lai Yun's words were gentle, and Thunderclap's gaze toward Lai Yun was just as gentle. By the side, Feng Yicheng was bidding farewell to Li Mo. The two of them had become good friends ever since they'd first arrived on the Netherworld continent. Brotherly, if you ever need my help in the future, please let me know, Feng Yicheng said. Yun Ruoyan continued, there's no need for that. Right now, the two of us have a favor to ask of you. What is it? As long as it's within my power, I'll do it. Feng Yicheng was no less grateful to Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo than to Auntie Hong, and he was naturally more than willing to fulfill their requests. Feng Yicheng and Rong Yuashan came here with us from the Qingyuan continent, and we were supposed to take them with us when we left. However, the two of them are nowhere to be found, Li Mo continued. Brother Feng, please help us find them. Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan had already told Feng Yicheng and the others that Zhui Feng had been possessed by a demonic spirit, so they naturally knew what was going on. Of course. Zhui Feng has contributed greatly to the Feng family, and we'll do our best to find him. As for Rong Yuashan, how should we deal with her? Rong Yuashan killed a fellow disciple, and even if she were to be brought back to the Qingyuan continent, she'd still be sentenced to death, Yun Ruoyan replied. However, she's extremely cunning, and won't be easy to deal with. In that case, since we've already caught him, we'll execute him on the spot, Feng Yicheng ordered. Yun Ruoyan didn't object. Liamo, sister-in-law, it's time to go. Qin Feng looked at the surface of the sea in the distance. The clouds churned, and after a few times, a large number of clouds began to gather. Under the guidance of some kind of force, they began to revolve in a certain direction. That was the sign that the vortex door was about to open. Sister Ruoyan, we can finally go home. Lin Qingchen sighed. Beside her, Lin Qingxue couldn't hold back her tears, partly because she was excited, and partly because she was worried about Zhuori Feng's whereabouts. Over the past half a year, Lin Qingxue had searched the entire continent with the help of the city guards, but she still hadn't found any trace of Zhuori Feng. Yun Ruoyan had told her that Zhuori Feng had most likely left the continent, and that his life wasn't in danger. Only then did Lin Qingxue give up the search. Brother Qin, are you really not going back with us? Yun Ruoyan turned to Qin Feng and asked, just as they were about to leave. One of the reasons they'd come here was to bring Qin Feng back to the Qinyuan continent. Now that the day had finally come, Qin Feng had chosen to stay. I don't have too many attachments on the Qinyuan continent anymore, and I've developed a deep bond with the city guards, Qin Feng continued. As for Zhuori Feng, I have a feeling that he's still here. I'll stay here and continue searching for him. Since Qin Feng had already made his decision, Yun Ruoyan and the others didn't want to force him. Take care. Yun Ruoyan cupped her fists at the people behind her. Let's go. Li Mo's feet glowed with light as he lifted Yun Ruoyan into the air. Behind them, the Lin sisters and Lin Tianming also took to the skies. After 2 years of training, the two of them were both early-stage 9th-rank blade masters. Lin Qingchen, in particular, seemed to be on the verge of breaking through. On the other hand, because of her pregnancy, Yun Ruoyan's cultivation had stagnated at the peak of 9th rank, and she was only a paper window away from becoming a sword saint. At the right moment, she would be able to break through that barrier. Qingchen, Qingxue, you two go first. Liamo slowed down, allowing the Lin sisters to enter the vortex first. He and Yun Ruoyan followed closely behind, in case any turbulence occurred. The Lin sisters carried Lin Tianming's wheelchair and flew into the vortex first, with Liamo and Yun Ruoyan following closely behind. Together, they were swallowed up by the vortex. At the same time, outside the city lord's manor, which had long since been abandoned, a sneaky figure darted into the manor. This woman was none other than Rong Yueshan. She'd been on the run for the past 6 months. After the death of the Li father and son, she had no one to rely on, and she knew that if she were caught by Yun Ruoyan, she would undoubtedly die. Even if she managed to return to the Qinyuan continent, Kongming Academy wouldn't let her off easily. As such, Rong Yueshan decided to remain here until Yun Ruoyan and the others left. Today was the opening of the vortex, and Rong Yueshan made use of this opportunity to sneak into the city lord's manor. Half a year ago, the Thunderbolt Manor had been occupied by the Feng family, and Rong Yueshan had fled in a hurry. Before she left, she had stashed away quite a few spirit stones in a secluded corner of the manor. As long as she could find these stones, she would be able to continue her cultivation in the future. Rong Yueshan hurried to the back of the manor, where she had once lived. The back of the manor was a storeroom, and all of the spirit stones that she had accumulated were stored there. Rong Yueshan entered the storeroom and began her search. Just as she was clearing out a corner of the room, her gaze suddenly landed on a broken mirror. The surface of the mirror was covered in a thick layer of dust, but it looked very familiar. Rong Yueshan's eyes widened, because she suddenly remembered where she had seen this mirror before. Once, she had overheard a conversation between the Li father and son, and they were talking about a mirror that could turn the skies upside down. At the time, she had peeked into the room from outside, and she had seen that mirror in Li Yan's hands. Rong Yueshan held the mirror in her hand and used her hand to brush away the dust on the mirror. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her hand. The broken glass on the mirror had pricked her finger, and blood was dripping from the wound onto the mirror. The drop of blood quickly melted into the surface of the mirror, and the dim surface of the shattered mirror suddenly lit up. An old man in silver-white robes appeared within the light. It was the Silver Dragon Elder. Back then, the Silver Dragon Elder was no match for the demonic dragon patriarch, so he had wanted to use the sky-turning mirror to escape. However, the mirror had been destroyed, and the Silver Dragon Elder had been unable to open a passage back to the extreme abyss continent, nor could he leave the mirror. Thus, he had been trapped inside until Roan Yuashan discovered the mirror and repaired it with her blood. Roan Yuashan stared at the Silver Dragon Elder, who had suddenly appeared. Although she had never seen him before, she had heard of him more than once from Thunderbolt Badian, so she quickly recognized him. With a plop, before Silver Dragon Zhang Lai could ask anything, she knelt down in front of him. "Senior, please accept me as your disciple and take me away from here," Roan Yuashan said without hesitation. In an extremely secretive cave on the Nether Abyss continent, Shui Feng and the demon spirit were engaged in a great battle of possession. Although he had agreed to fuse with the demon spirit's soul, Shui Feng clearly wasn't willing to let his body be taken away just like that. Thus, he still retained a trace of his consciousness during the fusion process. Because of this, he now had a chance to contend against the demon spirit. Shui Feng's face alternated between red and white. When it was red, it was the demonic dragon's sinister voice, and when it was white, it was Shui Feng's voice. "Shui Feng, what do you want?" the demon spirit yelled, desperately grabbing his other hand to prevent himself from strangling him to death. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Feng's red face instantly turned snow white. Shui Feng continued, "I said that if there comes a day when I can't control myself, I will kill myself. In short, I will not leave my body for you to do evil with. Which eye of yours saw me do evil?" The demon spirit anxiously yelled, "I have never used your body to do evil. That's because I still have a sliver of my divine sense that can restrain you. If I wait until I'm suppressed by you, I'm afraid that you'll do all sorts of bad things. If that's the case, I might as well die with you as soon as possible." Shui Feng tightened his grip even more. The demon spirit couldn't separate from Shui Feng's body. If Shui Feng really strangled him to death, the demon spirit would die with him. Of course, he couldn't let that happen. "Stop. I promise to return your body to you," the demon spirit cried. Shui Feng didn't believe it. Only when the demon spirit told him what he was thinking did Shui Feng remove his hand from his neck. "Are you telling the truth?" Shui Feng still didn't believe the demon spirit. "Of course. I will go to the extreme abyss continent right now. Once I obtain the holy water and reconstruct my body, do you think I will still care about your body? When that time comes, even if you beg me to stay in your body, I won't be willing." The demon spirit said that his sect had a passage to the extreme abyss continent. The sect was on the Nether Abyss continent, so the two of them set off for the sect. The demon spirit had been harmed by the Silver Dragon Elder. Then, the Silver Dragon Elder had sent people to massacre the sect. When the two of them arrived at the sect, they saw nothing but desolation. "Silver Dragon, you deceived me, harmed me, and destroyed my sect. I, the demon spirit, swear that I will not forgive you." Looking at the ruins of the sect, the demon spirit pointed to the sky and swore. Chapter 439. Kongming Academy, top floor of the Southern Tower. A few elders stood in front of the all-seeing mirror, observing the changes occurring on its surface. The sea of clouds began to churn, forming a vortex that grew larger and larger. Clouds began to gush out of the vortex, forming a door. "I wonder how many will be able to return this time. No one can say for sure, but with Li Mo around, at least one of them should be able to make it back alive." "That's right. With him around, each of our courtyards should be able to save at least one. Let's wait and see. We'll know once they're out. The few elders were discussing in low voices, while the great elder and the second elder were staring at the gate formed by the clouds without blinking. They're out. One of the elders shouted. Then, everyone saw that the Lin sisters were the first to walk out of the door formed by the clouds. What puzzled everyone was that the Lin sisters were carrying a wheelchair, and on the wheelchair sat a middle-aged man. Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo walked out from behind the three of them. When the first elder saw the two of them, his expression finally softened a little. Li Mo, you're back. It's good that you're back. The first elder took a step forward, his gaze sweeping over them one by one. When his gaze landed on Lin Tianming, he paused. And this is my uncle, Yun Ruoyan explained. He's a member of the Lin family. Lin Tianming pays his respects to the first elder. Supported by the Lin sisters, Lin Tianming stood up and cupped his fists toward the first elder. Lin Tianming, the eldest son of the Lin family. The first elder would occasionally visit the capital, so he had heard of the Lin family's affairs. Because of Yun Ruoyan, he had gained a better understanding of the Lin family. Naturally, he knew that the scions of the Yun family had passed away many years ago. When Lin Tianming suddenly returned from an alternate continent, it was only natural that he would be surprised. First elder, I'll tell you about the details later, Li Mo replied. You've just returned from an alternate continent, and you must be exhausted. Go and rest. The first elder looked at Yun Ruoyan benevolently. As soon as Li Mo pulled Yun Ruoyan out of the whirlpool, the first elder saw Yun Ruoyan's bulging belly. When she and Li Mo entered the alternate dimension, they were already married, so it was only natural that she was pregnant. If the Empress knew that Li Mo had a descendant, she would surely be delighted, the first elder thought. The door is closed. Is there no one here? The three of them are all from the South Campus. None of us from the other campuses came back. As soon as Yun Ruoyan and Li Mo walked out and the whirlpool behind them disappeared, the elders couldn't help but turn their attention to Li Mo. Li Mo, only a few of you have returned. Where are the Northern College's students and those from the other colleges? The second elder asked darkly. Yeah, where are our people? Why? All of them are from the South Campus. Li Mo, where's Shuifeng? Why hasn't he returned with you? The sixth elder asked. He knew that Shuifeng had a personal relationship with Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan, so he had high hopes that Shuifeng would return safely, but he hadn't expected that he wouldn't return either. Elders, I'm sure you all know that the alternate dimension is extremely dangerous, and everyone who enters it has a slim chance of survival. No matter who doesn't return, you should all be mentally prepared, the first elder replied. Of course we know that, the second elder replied coldly. The second elder's voice was cold. But the current situation is that the ones who died were our men, and the blame for their deaths is on the Southern College. Shouldn't Li Mo give us an explanation for this? If not a single one of them had returned from the alternate dimension, or if only Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan had returned, the elders wouldn't have objected. But now that all of them were from the Southern College, the elders couldn't help but feel aggrieved. The second elder, in particular, stepped in front of Li Mo and Yun Ruoyan, as though he wouldn't allow them to leave until the matter was resolved. And if I don't? Li Mo was about to lose his patience with the second elder's relentlessness. He pulled Yun Ruoyan aside and continued on his way. Have you forgotten to respect your elders after a single trip to the alternate dimension? In that case, I'll teach you a lesson. As the second elder spoke, he reached out to grab Li Mo. Li Mo let go of Yun Ruoyan's hand and struck out with his own palm, a violent burst of spiritual energy emanating from their palms and bodies. In the past, Li Mo naturally wouldn't have dared to engage in a direct confrontation with the first elder. But now, his cultivation was on par with the second elder's, and he seemed to be on the verge of surpassing him. Just then, the demonic dragon patriarch's voice rang out in Yunruoyan's mind. Child, I can feel the all-seeing mirror's aura. Ever since the demonic dragon patriarch had regained his memories and fought with the silver dragon, he had once again remained in Yunruoyan's body as a sword spirit. Over the past 6 months, he had been in a deep slumber. Just then, he had suddenly sensed a familiar aura, and he had woken up from his slumber. We came out of the all-seeing mirror, Chocho answered on Yunruoyan's behalf. What? The demon dragon ancestor shouted, we actually came back through the all-seeing mirror. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he and the Phalai blade transformed into a streak of light and flew out of the pocket dimension, stopping in front of the all-seeing mirror. Everyone's attention was focused on Liemo and the second elder. Apart from Yunruoyan, no one noticed the demonic dragon patriarch's presence. When Yunruoyan saw the demonic dragon patriarch emerge from the Phalai blade and stride toward the all-seeing mirror, she couldn't help but yelp. You can't take it. But it was too late. The demonic dragon patriarch had already grabbed the all-seeing mirror in his hand. There was a cracking sound and a thunderous explosion. Only then did everyone notice that the old sword spirit had appeared out of nowhere. This old man was not afraid of death as he held the all-seeing mirror in his hand. Put it down. Yunruoyan rushed toward the sword spirit. But Liemo grabbed Yunruoyan's hand. Both he and the second elder had withdrawn their hands when the lightning had struck. The all-seeing mirror has a restriction on it. If you touch it recklessly, it'll activate the heaven and earth formation, and its power will be unimaginable. Put it down. Where did this sword spirit come from? How dare he? The elders all looked shocked and angry, but not a single one of them made a move. They were all waiting for the heaven and earth formation to activate. Elder Mo Long turned a deaf ear to everything that was happening around him. He held the God's Eye mirror in his hand and calmly moved through the thunder and lightning. His hand formed a mysterious seal and a dazzling starlight appeared on his fingertip. Then, he gently touched the God's Eye mirror with the starlight. The blinding surface of the mirror dimmed, and the lightning and thunder gradually disappeared. Finally, there was no sound at all. The heaven and earth formation, which had caused everyone's expressions to change, had been easily dispelled by the demonic dragon patriarch. Everyone, including Yunruoyan, Liemo, and the second elder, were dumbfounded. All-seeing mirror, long time no see. The demonic dragon patriarch stroked the surface of the mirror as if it were an old friend. May I know who you are, senior? Please put down the all-seeing mirror. This is the treasure of our Kongming Academy. The first elder bowed deeply toward the demonic dragon patriarch, then turned toward Yunruoyan. The first elder clearly remembered that the Phalai blade belonged to Yunruoyan. Back when Yunruoyan had first entered the academy, the first elder had sealed it, and the demonic dragon patriarch had fought with the first elder. At the time, however, the demonic dragon patriarch had no memories, and his cultivation was only for show, so the first elder hadn't taken him seriously. Now, however, the might that the demonic dragon patriarch was displaying caused the first elder and everyone present to stare in shock. Since when did the all-seeing mirror belong to you? The demonic dragon patriarch glanced at the first elder. The demonic dragon patriarch's gaze alone was enough to make the elders' hearts tremble. Ruoyan, the first elder called out to Yunruoyan. Speak to him. Yunruoyan turned back to Liemo, then walked up to the first elder's side and whispered to him. From the first elder's words, Yunruoyan learned about the former owner of the all-seeing mirror. As it turned out, the all-seeing mirror had once been the demonic dragon patriarch's keepsake. It had suddenly disappeared 1,000 years ago, and the demonic spirit had helped the demonic dragon patriarch track it down. Later on, he had fallen for the demonic spirit and the silver dragon elder's trap while searching for the all-seeing mirror. At the time, the all-seeing mirror had been in the Silver Dragon Elder's possession. The Silver Dragon Elder had used the sky-turning mirror, the Skyfall Avenue, and the all-seeing mirror to destroy the demonic dragon patriarch's body. In the process of my resistance, all three of the mirrors were heavily damaged. The sky-turning mirror was destroyed, and the all-seeing mirror were sent flying. I didn't expect to see it again today, the demonic dragon elder began. This formation is the mirror's own defensive mechanism. Those who don't know how to control it won't be able to control it, and it's been waiting for its master to arrive. The demonic dragon elder's last sentence was so loud that all of the other elders heard it. Although the all-seeing mirror had always belonged to Kongming Academy, the elder's display of power left no room for doubt. Little girl, I was thinking of creating a teleportation array to get to the extreme abyss continent, but there's no need for that now. We can use the all-seeing mirror to enter whenever we want. Without giving Yun Ruoyan a chance to speak, the demonic dragon patriarch stuffed the mirror into his robes. Chapter 440. The elders watched helplessly as demon dragon ancestor kept the God's Eye mirror in his arms. How could they not do something? But just as they were about to make a move, demon dragon ancestor took out the God's Eye mirror and shone it at them. A beam of light shot out from the mirror and shone on the elders. It was as if a talisman was stuck on their bodies, causing them to be unable to move. The elders were shocked, and they immediately realized that this seemingly ordinary sword spirit was actually an expert that they couldn't hope to match. In the face of absolute power, the elders had no choice but to compromise, even if they didn't want to part with the all-seeing mirror. Even if the mirror didn't belong to me in the first place, would you be able to stop me if I wanted it back? The elder replied coolly. Senior, please forgive our rudeness. Since the all-seeing mirror belongs to you, it's only right that it be returned to its rightful owner, the first elder replied. Senior, you're truly an expert. The all-seeing mirror has been in Kongming Academy for nearly 1,000 years, and no one has ever been able to touch it. Since you're able to use it, then it must belong to you, and we're willing to return it to its rightful owner, the second elder added. When the other three elders saw the great elder and the second elder say so, they also echoed in succession. Humph, at least you're sensible. The patriarch stowed away the all-seeing mirror, and the elders regained their freedom. Because the demonic dragon clan's reputation wasn't particularly good on the Qinyuan continent, Yun Ruoyan had only told the first elder about the patriarch's identity. That senior is the patriarch? The first elder clearly knew of the patriarch. Legend has it that he perished in a great battle 1,000 years ago. I didn't expect him to leave behind a fragment of his soul. The first elder sighed at Yun Ruoyan's explanation. The demonic dragon clan and the silver dragon clan will have a great battle in the near future, Liemo replied. I thought that I'd have to wait a long time before I could seek revenge against the first elder of the silver dragon clan. I didn't expect that I'd have a chance so soon. The first elder's eyes lit up. Liemo, Ruoyan, the Empress knows that you're returning today, and she specifically instructed that you go to the Beast King's castle. Before we go see Mother, there's a place we have to go first. That night, Yun Ruoyan, Liemo, and the first elder entered the trial through the all-seeing mirror. The three of them dove into the icy lake and swam toward the demonic dragon grotto. I can feel my people. It's been 1,000 years. I'm finally back. The elder's excited voice rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind, and the Phalai blade flew out of the bracelet's pocket dimension. The elder steered it toward the source of the aura. Yun Ruoyan, Liemo, and the first elder followed closely behind him. My people, I'm back. Demon dragon ancestor's voice echoed throughout the entire cold pond. Then, the roars of dragons rose and fell from the bottom of the lake. When the three of them reached the bottom of the lake, they saw the demonic dragon's soul prostrating in front of the demonic dragon's ancestor. Patriarch, you actually didn't die. Our patriarch didn't die. Our demon dragon clan finally has hope. Great, we have hope. Dragon roars rang out from behind the demonic dragon's soul. 1,000 years ago, I was harmed by a scoundrel, and I implicated everyone. The demon dragon elder's eyes were brimming with tears, and the demon dragon soul's two bell-like eyes were also dripping with large drops of crystal tears. Now that I'm back, I'll do everything in my power to revive all of you and revive the demonic dragon clan, the elder promised to all the dragon souls in the grotto. After nearly 1,000 years of silence, the grotto suddenly erupted with an earth-shattering dragon roar. This is Yunruoyan. Once the grotto quieted down, the demonic dragon patriarch pointed at Yunruoyan. Everyone should know her. She's the inheritor of the demonic dragon bloodline, and I hereby announce that she'll be the temporary elder of the demonic dragon clan. Elder Mo Long's words caused an uproar among the crowd. Yunruoyan was even more dumbfounded. Patriarch, what do you mean by this? Liamo asked before Yunruoyan could. The patriarch's decision was very sudden. Not only had he not discussed it with the two of them beforehand, he hadn't even revealed a hint of it. What I mean is that I'll hand over my position of elder to that little girl, Yunruoyan. Haven't I made myself clear enough? The elder said matter-of-factly, ignoring the shocked expressions on Yunruoyan's and Limo's faces. Patriarch, this is just your wishful thinking. You didn't ask for our opinion, Liamo replied coldly. Do you even need to ask? The elder raised an eyebrow. Yunruoyan is the only one in the entire demonic dragon clan with a physical body, so of course she'll be the next head of the clan. The elder tried to use logic as an excuse, but Liamo couldn't get through to him at all. I don't want to, Yunruoyan finally said. Finally, Yunruoyan spoke up. Senior, what are you trying to do? The position of head of the demonic dragon clan isn't something that can be easily assumed by the village head, and I'm not a member of the demonic dragon clan. Can you stop joking around? Yunruoyan didn't take the patriarch's words seriously. In her eyes, the elder was just like an old urchin, and when he said that she would be the next head of the demonic dragon clan, she treated it as a joke. Little girl, do you think I'm joking with you? The elder looked at Yunruoyan, his expression suddenly turning serious. You're not joking. Yunruoyan smiled. Look at me now. I'm pregnant, so how could I possibly take on such an important position as head of the clan? Don't tease me. The demonic dragon patriarch didn't respond. Instead, he flashed the all-seeing mirror at the cavern behind him. The all-seeing mirror is the patriarch's token, and I swear on it that I will pass on my position to Yunruoyan today without any hesitation. Yunruoyan began to panic. Senior, are you serious? You're really not joking. Do I look like I'm joking? The patriarch's expression was serious, and he didn't look like he was joking at all. I don't agree. Yunruoyan immediately rejected the elder's proposal, realizing the gravity of the situation. But it was too late. Greetings, clan head. The silver dragon elder actually bowed to Yunruoyan from atop the Phalai blade. Behind him, the demonic dragon's soul froze, as if it hadn't realized what was going on. Elder, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet the new clan head. The patriarch shouted at the demonic dragon's soul. The demonic dragon's soul was clearly in awe of the patriarch, and it subconsciously prostrated itself in front of Yunruoyan. Greetings, new clan head. The demonic dragon soul's voice reverberated throughout the entire lake. Greetings, new clan head. All the dragon souls in the cave called out in unison, their voices shaking the heavens once more. I'm not your clan head, so don't greet me as you wish. Even if you do, it won't count. Yunruoyan hurriedly protested, but the dragon souls didn't listen to her. They continued to greet the new clan head, as if they would continue to do so until the end of time if Yunruoyan didn't agree. Liamo, quick, take me away from here. We can't afford to offend them, but we can't hide from them. Yunruoyan tugged on Liamo's arm, and the two of them swam up to the surface of the lake amidst the dragon's roars. Hey, kid, don't run. Wait for me. The demonic dragon ancestor called out anxiously. Clan head, are you really going to pass the position of clan head to Yunruoyan? That girl has the demonic dragon bloodline, and she's destined to be sacrificed in order to revive us. She's not suitable to be our clan head. I'm serious about every word I've said today. From now on, Yunruoyan will be your clan head. The first elder looked at Yunruoyan's fleeing figure with a faint smile on his face, but he quickly retracted his smile and put on a solemn expression. Don't overthink it. I have my reasons for doing so. Whether or not the demonic dragon clan can possess me doesn't depend on me, but on that girl. But she doesn't seem to want to be our clan head. I have my ways of making her accept it. The demonic dragon ancestor smiled once more. Yunruoyan, Liamo, and the first elder hurriedly emerged from the lake, followed by the demonic dragon ancestor. Although the demonic dragon ancestor didn't try to force Liamo to take up the position of clan head again, Yunruoyan didn't dare to argue with him. However, he was an elder, and Yunruoyan didn't want to bicker with him. She simply let him do whatever he wanted. After 2 days of torment, the demonic dragon ancestor seemed to grow tired and once again entered a deep slumber on the Phalai blade. After a few days of rest, the Lin sisters brought Lin Tianming back to the capital, while Liamo brought Yunruoyan to the Beast Emperor's castle. Greetings, Mother. Yunruoyan and Liamo bowed to Empress Shuetong's sculpture. Get up, get up. Empress Shuetong's usually cold voice finally softened when she saw Yunruoyan's bulging belly. She hadn't expected that the two of them would have a bloodline as soon as they'd returned. Of Yunruoyan and Liamo, one had the demonic dragon bloodline, while the other had the silver dragon bloodline. As far as Empress Shuetong knew, these two bloodlines were incompatible. As a result, Empress Shuetong had never truly seen Yunruoyan as her daughter-in-law. In her heart, Yunruoyan was nothing more than a link to the demonic dragon clan. Empress Shuetong was even prepared to dispose of Yunruoyan once she'd outlived her usefulness, so that Liamo could find a new wife among the silver dragons to reproduce. However, when she saw Yunruoyan's bulging belly, her plans took a 180-degree turn. No matter what, she had to protect the child in Yunruoyan's belly. This was the bloodline of her and the Beast Emperor, and if the child could be born successfully, it would surely be a powerful offspring of the demonic dragon and silver dragon bloodline. Yes, Mother. Yunruoyan stood up with Liamo's help. Because of her new motherhood, Yunruoyan had grown much more plump, and her entire body seemed to radiate vitality. Ruoyan, you must take good care of yourself. Nothing is more important than your child right now, understand? Empress Shuetong's tone was filled with concern. Yunruoyan's heart was moved. From the first time she'd met Empress Shuetong, she'd felt her cold demeanor. Although the Empress had tried her best to appear gentle, Yunruoyan had still sensed it. Although she wasn't disappointed, she still felt a little uncomfortable. But now, Yunruoyan could clearly feel Empress Shuetong's concern. Mother, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself. After some small talk, the three of them got down to business. I've received word from the first elder that the demonic dragon patriarch is with you, Empress Shuetong said. That's right. He'd like to meet you, Mother, Yunruoyan replied, and a black light flew out of her pocket dimension. The Phalai blade stopped in front of Empress Shuetong, and the demonic dragon patriarch sat on it. The holy maiden of the silver dragon clan, the elder announced, looking at Empress Shuetong's sculpture. Greetings, patriarch, Empress Shuetong replied. Chapter 441. Empress Shuetong and the demonic dragon ancestor stared at each other silently, as if they were communicating in a way that no one else could hear or participate in. After a long while, Empress Shuetong asked Yun Ruoyan and Liemo to leave. She wanted to speak to the demonic dragon ancestor alone. Yun Ruoyan and Liemo followed Su Bei out of the underground palace. Your Highness, why didn't Feng return with you? Did something happen to him? Su Bei couldn't help but ask. Ever since he'd learned that Liemo and the others had returned safely, he'd been hoping to see Zhuo Feng. A few days ago, he'd gone to the cliffside of Kongming Academy by himself, but he hadn't seen Zhuo Feng for 2 days straight. Then, he'd snuck into the Central College and found out that Zhuo Feng hadn't returned. He'd wanted to ask Liemo about it, but the demonic dragon ancestor's appearance had made the First Elder extremely nervous, and the Southern College and the Southern Tower, which had never had so many guards, suddenly had quite a few experts guarding it. As a result, Su Bei had waited until now to see Liemo. He did indeed meet with an accident, Liemo added. Su Bei's usually resolute face suddenly paled. Although they'd never acknowledged each other, Zhuo Feng was his only descendant. In his heart, Zhuo Feng was more important than his own life. Zhuo Feng did meet with an accident, but we can assure you that his life is not in danger, Yun Ruoyan added immediately. She glanced at Liemo disapprovingly, as if blaming him for not being clear with his words. Your Highness, what do you mean? Hearing Yun Ruoyan's words, Su Bei calmed down and his complexion improved. Yun Ruoyan told Su Bei about how Zhuo Feng had been possessed by a demonic spirit. Although Feng Er's life isn't in danger, this matter is still a close shave, Su Bei sighed. He remembered that he'd promised Zhuo Feng before he'd left that he'd reveal his identity to him if he returned safely, but it seemed likely that he wouldn't have the chance to do so now. The demonic spirit will definitely head to the extreme abyss continent in search of holy water to reconstruct its body. Once Yen gives birth, we'll head there as well, and we'll definitely bring Zhuo Feng back. Liemo had lost his father at a very young age, so he could empathize with Su Bei and Zhuo Feng's father-son relationship. Now that he was about to become a father, his feelings for this father-son relationship were even more profound. Thank you, Prince. My son's life is in your hands, Su Bei said. In the underground palace, Empress Shuetong and the demon dragon ancestor were negotiating. Senior Demon Dragon, my son and daughter-in-law will do their best to help the rebirth and revival of the demon dragon race, so it shouldn't be too much for me to propose a few conditions to you, right? That depends on what conditions you propose. The silver dragons and the demon dragons are like fire and water. Even though you have separated from the silver dragon clan, those who are not of the same clan must have different intentions. You should understand that, the demon dragon elder said. Of course I understand that. That's why we need to discuss our respective requirements and conditions before we cooperate. Alright, then I'll listen to your conditions. Elder Demon Dragon interrupted Empress Shuetong. My conditions are simple. Empress Shuetong said, after the defeat of the Silver Dragon clan, you can only seek revenge on those in power. You cannot kill or exterminate my entire clan. The Demon Dragon Elder thought for a moment. Naturally, I won't spare a single person in power, and I can't be bothered to pursue the rest. Not only will the Demon Dragon clan help me find my body, but they will also support my son as the next head of the Silver Dragon clan. The Demon Dragon clan and the Silver Dragon clan must coexist peacefully. If the two clans were to engage in a war, both would suffer heavy losses. It would be best for the two clans to coexist peacefully, so the Demon Dragon ancestor naturally had no objections to this. Empress Shuetong, you may not know this, but Yun Ruoyan is already the head of the Demon Dragon clan. As such, she's here to help revive her clan, not as your daughter-in-law. Ruoyan has become the head of the Demon Dragon clan. Empress Shuetong was shocked. Because of Yun Ruoyan's refusal, the First Elder hadn't informed her of this news. Absolutely, the demon dragon ancestor replied. If your son becomes the head of the Silver Dragon clan, the two of you will truly be able to coexist peacefully. After a brief moment of shock, Empress Shuetong couldn't help but rejoice. She had originally intended for the Demon Dragon clan to submit to the Silver Dragon clan and then submit to Li Mo's rule. However, she knew that the Demon Dragon ancestor wouldn't agree, so she didn't say it aloud. But now that Yun Ruoyan had become the head of the Demon Dragon clan, the Demon Dragon clan would naturally be under Li Mo's rule. If Empress Shuetong hadn't been a statue, she would have been grinning from ear to ear. However, the cold statue completely concealed her expression. She controlled her voice to make it sound even colder. Alright, since we've come to an agreement, let's discuss this matter with the two children, Empress Shuetong said. Because the Phalai blade couldn't be too far away from Yun Ruoyan, she and Li Mo had been standing by the entrance of the underground palace the entire time. When they heard Empress Shuetong's summons, they immediately walked in. Empress Shuetong informed the two of the results of her negotiations with the Demon Dragon ancestor. Ruoyan, why didn't you tell me that you've become the head of the Demon Dragon clan? Empress Shuetong asked, not at all blaming Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan glanced at the demonic dragon patriarch, who was stroking his beard, and said helplessly, Mother, I didn't agree to be the head of the demonic dragon clan. This is merely the patriarch's one-sided decision. Ruoyan, why didn't you agree? This is a good thing, Empress Shuetong replied helplessly. Only if you become the head of the Demon Dragon clan will you be able to help Li Mo deal with the Silver Dragon elders and further control the clan. Yun Ruoyan had never wanted to control anyone. She had always wanted to control her own fate, and she had never heard Li Mo mention anything about becoming the Silver Dragon elder. As a result, she wasn't very interested in the decision that Empress Shuetong and the Demon Dragon ancestor had made. Empress Shuetong was very dissatisfied with Yun Ruoyan's attitude. She was about to scold her when Li Mo spoke up. Mother, can we talk about this later? I'm pregnant right now, and everything can wait until I give birth to the child. At the mention of the child, everyone's expressions softened. This child, who possessed both the bloodlines of a demonic dragon and a silver dragon, was everyone's precious treasure. Yun Ruoyan finally agreed to go back and consider the demon dragon ancestor's proposal. The group bade farewell to Empress Shuetong and left the castle. The two of them left the castle and headed towards the imperial city. When the sky was about to turn dark, the two of them arrived at the imperial city. After 2 days of traveling, Yun Ruoyan was exhausted, and Li Mo brought her directly to the Slaughtering King's manor. Li Luo had long since received news of their arrival, and she had prepared everything for their arrival. Yun Ruoyan dismounted with Li Mo's help and smiled at the servants who were waiting for her. Your Highness, consort, you're finally back. Li Luo walked up to Yun Ruoyan, her eyes slightly red. Yun Ruoyan held Li Luo's hand. Sister Li Luo, you should be happy that we've returned safely. Don't cry. Yes, yes. Li Luo's gaze landed on Yun Ruoyan's abdomen. Not only are you back, Your Highness, but you've also brought back the young master. Sister Li Luo, I'm so tired and hungry. Did you prepare anything delicious for me? Yun Ruoyan tugged on Li Luo's hand. Yes, but we can't have anything too greasy at night. I've prepared your favorite soup, as well as some snacks for you. I've also prepared hot water for your bath. Li Luo smiled. Thank you, Sister Li Luo. Yun Ruoyan exclaimed happily. Sister Li Luo, can you not call me consort? It sounds so awkward to me, so just call me by my name. Although they hadn't seen each other for 3 years, Yun Ruoyan and Li Luo were still as familiar as ever. The two of them walked hand in hand as if they were sisters, leaving Li Mo behind. Li Mo smiled as he followed behind the two of them, all the way to the small courtyard they were staying in. Although Yun Ruoyan could now abstain from eating, ever since she had become pregnant, she still had to eat a certain amount of food every day to replenish her nutrients. Because she no longer had the appetite she once had, her food requirements had greatly increased. Fortunately, Li Luo was used to serving Li Mo, and she had a good grasp of Yun Ruoyan's appetite. Yun Ruoyan had the most delicious meal she had ever had after abstaining from eating. After dinner, she was so tired that she didn't want to move at all. She lay down on the soft mattress, her eyes closed, as if she would fall asleep at any moment. Yen, the hot water for your bath is ready. Didn't you want to bathe early in the morning? Li Mo whispered into her ear, his warm breath tickling her ear. Yun Ruoyan scratched her ear. I'm sleepy. Then don't bathe. Let's just sleep, alright. Li Mo doted on Yun Ruoyan's messy fringe. The pregnant Yun Ruoyan was simply too beautiful, and Li Mo couldn't bear to take his hands off her face. No, it's uncomfortable, Yun Ruoyan muttered. Then, do you want me to help? Li Mo probed. Ever since Yun Ruoyan had become pregnant, she had refused to let him touch her, fearing that the child would be harmed. Li Mo naturally understood this logic, but looking at his beloved wife, he couldn't touch her. Even touching her would cause her to protest, and Li Mo had a hard time tolerating it. Yun Ruoyan, on the other hand, had already fallen asleep. Then I'll do it for you. Li Mo asked again, but this time, Yun Ruoyan didn't respond at all. Li Mo stood up, carried Yun Ruoyan in his arms, and strode toward the bathroom. Yun Ruoyan woke up in Li Mo's embrace. The familiar scent, the familiar bed, and the familiar embrace all made her feel incomparably warm and secure. It's still early. Sleep a little longer, and I'll accompany you to the Lin Manor in the morning. Li Mo's low, gentle voice rang out from above Yun Ruoyan's head. Yun Ruoyan murmured softly before closing her eyes once more. Chapter 442. By the time Yun Ruoyan opened her eyes again, the sky was already bright. Li Mo wasn't by her side. She stretched lazily, lifted her blanket, and got up. She was wearing a new set of pajamas that smelled faintly of flowers. Ruoyan, you're awake. Li Luo pushed open the door, holding a stack of clothes in her hands. Behind her was a maidservant carrying a pot of hot water. Where's Li Mo? Yun Ruoyan asked. Su Bei came early in the morning. Something must have happened. The two of them are in the study now. Li Luo helped Yun Ruoyan wash up and change her clothes, then she went to the study. Su Bei had already left, and Li Mo was the only one in the study, writing something. Hearing footsteps, Li Mo looked up to see Yun Ruoyan dressed in a light red dress, as beautiful as if she had walked out of a painting. She'd once worn a veil because she was weak, but now, not only did she have Li Mo's protection, but she was also a powerful cultivator. At the very least, she wouldn't be able to find a worthy opponent on the Qinyuan continent, so there was no need for her to hide. Thus, even though she was pregnant, it did not affect her peerless beauty. Yen, Li Mo stretched out his hand, and Yun Ruoyan walked over and placed it in his large palm. What are you writing? Yun Ruoyan smiled. Li Mo pulled Yun Ruoyan into his embrace. Yen, you might not know this, but in the 3 years that we were away, the Li Kingdom has undergone some changes. Oh. What changes? The Emperor has passed away, the Crown Prince has been silenced, the Empress has been banished, and the second prince, Li Qinyuan, is in charge. Li Mo's tone was as calm as ever. Although he was the slaughtering king of the Li Kingdom, he had no connection to the imperial family, and he had no interest in the struggle for power. Yun Ruoyan, on the other hand, was shocked beyond belief. Li Qianhan's in such a state now. Won't this change affect him? The only person in the imperial family who Yun Ruoyan had any sort of relationship with was the third prince, Li Qianhan. Liu Mo frowned. Yen, you're more concerned about my nephew than the Yun family. It's not that Liu Mo is jealous, but it's uncomfortable for his wife to be concerned about another man. You already said that he is your nephew, so he should also be my nephew. He should call me auntie, so I naturally have to care about him. Yun Ruoyan smiled. As for the Yun family, I don't have to worry at all. My brother and father are here, and Li Qianyuan has some connection to the rate of fortune. Even if he doesn't benefit from it, the Yun family won't be any worse off. Yun Ruoyan still remembered that on her grandmother's birthday, Li Qianyuan had given her a pearl scepter. Li Qianyuan's mother and Yun Ruoyan's grandmother were familiar with each other, and Li Qianyuan had even visited the Yun manor with his mother when he was young. However, he didn't have much interaction with Yun Ruoyan, and that was all she knew. Yen is smart. You are right. According to our intelligence reports, Yun Lan has long since pledged his allegiance to Li Qianyuan, and the Yun family has contributed significantly to his ascension to the throne. As for Qianhan, he's one of my men, and no one would dare touch him. It was common knowledge that Li Qianhan had always been close to Liu Mo. Moreover, he had no interest in power, so he wouldn't become a target for those vying for power. A year ago, the far-sighted king rebelled, and your brother, Yun Ma Xiao, was appointed the commander-in-chief of the rebellion. He's still on the battlefield, but he's won many battles in a row. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll be back by the time our child is born. I know a little about my brother's abilities, Yun Ruoyan replied. But why would the far-sighted king rebel all of a sudden? The previous far-sighted king was a demon in disguise, which was why he caused so much trouble. But isn't the current far-sighted king supposed to be real? Why would the real far-sighted king suddenly rebel? Yun Ruoyan didn't understand. Could it be that the fake far-sighted king is causing trouble again? No, that fake far-sighted king has already been destroyed by your brother, Liu Mo replied. This time, the real far-sighted king is rebelling. As for the reason, we'll know when Li Qianxiao brings him back for trial. Yun Ruoyan nodded. Liu Mo grabbed her hand with one hand and placed the other on her abdomen. There's one more thing. Su Bei came this morning, and he said that beast men have been disappearing for no apparent reason, but he hasn't been able to find the cause. I sent Su Bei over first, but he's not sure what's going on. I sent Su Bei over first, and I'll accompany you to see grandfather in the morning. Is the matter very serious? How many people have gone missing? Yun Ruoyan asked. If it weren't, Su Bei wouldn't have bothered Liu Mo at such a time. More than 20 people have gone missing. Li Mo's expression was grave. In that case, go take a look. I'll go to grandfather's manor on my own. Yun Ruoyan stood up from Li Mo's lap. If not for the fact that she was pregnant, she would have dragged Liu Mo along with her. At Yun Ruoyan's urging, Liu Mo set off for the Beastmen Valley. Before he left, he instructed Li Luo to stay by Yun Ruoyan's side and protect her. Yun Ruoyan didn't return to the Yun Manor first. Instead, she went straight to the Lin Manor. Lin Zainan was naturally overjoyed to see her, and Yun Ruoyan couldn't help feeling a little sour when she saw how much he had aged in just 3 short years. It's good that you're back. Lin Zainan caressed Yun Ruoyan's head. Not only did Sister Ruoyan return on her own, she even brought one back for grandfather, Lin Qingxue smiled. Lin Qingxue smiled. In the half a year after Zhuori Feng's disappearance, Lin Qingxue had always been depressed. Only when she returned to her familiar home did she start to smile again. That's right, our Lin family is blessed with double happiness. Lin Tianming exclaimed as he leaned on his cane. After nearly 2 years of recuperation, Lin Tianming could finally get rid of his wheelchair, but he still had to rely on a cane to walk. However, For someone who had been battling death for more than a decade, preserving his life was the greatest gift from the heavens. No, it's more like triple happiness, Father, Lin Qingshan replied. Father, you've returned safely, Sister Ruoyan is about to give birth, and next month will be grandfather's 80th birthday. Next month is grandfather's 80th birthday. Yun Ruoyan sweated. How could she have forgotten such an important day? In that case, we have to do it properly, and make it grand. We can also spread the news of Uncle's return to the Lin family. We wanted to make it grand, but I'm afraid that won't be possible under the current circumstances, Lin Tianming replied. What's the matter? Yun Ruoyan asked. Ruoyan, you should be aware of the current situation in the Li Kingdom. The new emperor has just passed away, and the current emperor Li isn't the legitimate heir. The far-sighted king is still plotting a rebellion, so it's best that we keep a low profile. In fact, it'd be better for us to have a proper gathering. If the slaughtering king is free, tell him to come as well, All right, I'll do as you say, grandfather. Yun Ruoyan didn't insist on her father's decision. After having lunch at the Lin Manor, Yun Ruoyan prepared to head to the Yun Manor. Ever since Yun Ruoyan had found out that she wasn't Yun Lan's daughter, her feelings for the Yun family had grown even more distant. Moreover, with Yun Maxiao's absence, she didn't think much of the Yun family. Ruoyan, you don't seem to want to return to the Yun Manor, Li Luo asked when she saw Yun Ruoyan's indifferent expression. Li Luo didn't know of Yun Ruoyan's parentage, which was why she had asked this question. Yun Ruoyan smiled and changed the topic to Li Luo. Sister Li Luo, I haven't had a chance to ask you about your relationship with my brother ever since I returned. Ah. Li Luo paused, clearly not expecting Yun Ruoyan to suddenly ask such a question. Li Luo had actually been waiting for Yun Ruoyan to ask about it, but she hadn't. Li Luo had assumed that Yun Ruoyan had long since forgotten about it. After all, it wasn't a big deal. She hadn't expected Yun Ruoyan to suddenly ask about it. Still the same. Li Mo lowered her head, blushing. Seeing that there was hope, Yun Ruoyan hurriedly asked, "What do you mean by that?" "That I promise your brother that if he returns safely, I'll agree to his request." "What request?" Yun Ruoyan moved closer and closer to Li Luo, but Li Luo was afraid that she'd squeeze her belly. "Agree to marry him," Li Luo murmured. "Haha, that's wonderful, haha." Yun Ruoyan laughed heartily, dispelling her gloomy mood from the impending visit to the Yun family. My brother really has it hard. If it were anyone else, he'd probably have a few children by now, and he's only just gotten you to agree to marry him. Sister Li Luo, you've been hanging on to my brother for so long, so you have to take responsibility for him. I'm also grateful that he hasn't given up on me. When he returns, I'll definitely marry him. I'm afraid that there's no better place for me in this world than him, Li Luo replied sincerely. I'm just worried that the elders of the Yun family won't agree to it. That's not something you need to worry about, Yun Ruoyan replied. Yun Ruoyan continued, Sister Li Luo, you have to believe in my brother. Since he dared to propose to you, he must have a plan. If he can return safely, his status in the imperial court will surely rise, and he'll have a bargaining chip to use against my father. Moreover, you're a member of the slaughtering king's manor, so Li Mo can personally make a move. My father still cares a lot about Li Mo's reputation. Yun Ruoyan couldn't forget how, when Li Mo had first proposed marriage, Yun Lan had looked as though he couldn't wait to shove her into his arms. In any case, you don't have to worry. All you have to do is wait for my brother's triumphant return. The carriage quickly stopped in front of the Yun Manor's gates. Li Luo helped Yun Ruoyan out of the carriage and toward the gates, but unexpectedly, they were stopped by the guards. Who are you? Don't you know what kind of place the Yun Manor is? Do you think it's a place you can enter as you please? Hurry up and leave. One of the guards blocked the entrance. Are you new here? You don't recognize me? Yun Ruoyan asked, noticing that the face of the disciple wasn't the same as before. Aren't you the new one? The disciple was unwilling, however. He raised his voice and said, I've been working in the residence of Yun for 2 years. I can even recognize a mouse in the residence of Yun. There's no one like you in or out of the residence of Yun, let alone a person. Leave now. Chapter 443. Li Luo raised her hand and gave the disciple a slap. The disciple didn't have much cultivation, so he was slapped to the ground by Li Luo. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth. You're blind, you dog. Li Luo cursed. This is the consort of the slaughtering king's manor, the eldest daughter of the Yun manor. How dare you point fingers at her? Are you tired of living? What? Madam. Miss Yun. I'll go report this. The guard finally reacted and scrambled back into the manor. When did the Yun manor hire such a blind guard? Li Luo stared at the guard's back in disgust. Li Luo had visited the manor with Yun Ma Xiao in private, and she didn't recall this blind guard. Let's go in. Yun Ruoyan frowned. The two of them entered the manor. Along the way, Yun Ruoyan didn't see a single familiar servant. Just as she was wondering what was going on, a familiar voice called out to her. Sister Ruoyan, you're back. Yun Ruoyan looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yun Ruoyu walking toward her. Yun Ruoyan looked at the maids behind her, all of whom were elderly. Even the servant who had been following behind Yun Ruoyu was pale as a sheet. When did you get here, sister? Why haven't I heard anything from sister? Yun Ruoyu smiled warmly. In Yun Ruoyan's eyes, this Yun Ruoyu was both familiar and unfamiliar. In her memory, Yun Ruoyu had been arrogant and unsophisticated, and she had always been the target of Madame N and Yun Ruoya's attacks. Later, because she had married Qin Jianmei, her temper began to subside. After Qin Jianmei's death, she had shut herself off from the world, and Yun Ruoyan hadn't paid much attention to her. However, the Yun Ruoyu in front of her was dressed in bright, beautiful clothes, and her smile was as warm as a spring breeze. If not for the fact that her appearance hadn't changed, Yun Ruoyan might not have recognized her at all. I just got back not long ago, and I almost couldn't get through the gates. I haven't been back for 3 years. Did something happen in the manor? Why can't I see a single elder? Sister, 3 years is not a long time, but it's not a short time either. The old people from before have all left the mansion. Yun Ruoyu replied, most of the servants have already worked in the manor for more than 2 years, and they're no longer considered newcomers. If you don't even recognize the young lady of the Fu, are you still not considered a newcomer? Li Luo glanced at the disciples behind Yun Ruoyu, who were trying their best to avoid her gaze. In that case, third miss, what makes a newcomer? Your residence of Yun actually has such a blind person as a disciple. Don't you think third miss needs to reorganize? Li Luo wasn't a hot-tempered person, but this time, she was truly angered. Yun Ruoyan was the slaughtering king's consort, and if word got out that she had been stopped at the door by her own family, she would be the laughingstock of the capital. Miss Li Luo. Yun Ruoyu glanced at Li Luo. This is the Yun manor, not the slaughtering king's manor. It's not your place to lecture me on housekeeping. You haven't even married into my family yet, and you want to act like a matriarch. Even if you marry eldest brother, with your status, you'll only be a concubine. Yun Ruoyu's words were harsh, and Li Luo wasn't a sharp-tongued person. Her face immediately turned red. Oh. Yun Ruoyan smiled faintly. Then do I have the right? Yun Ruoyu paused. Sister Ruoyan, it's true that the servants were rude to you today, but they don't know you, so there's no need to hold it against them. Besides, now that you've married into the slaughtering king's manor, you're one of us. You don't have to concern yourself with the family's affairs. I insist on getting involved today. Yun Ruoyan couldn't be bothered to waste her breath. She pointed at the disciple behind Yun Ruoyu. Get the hell out of the Yun manor right now. Yun Ruoyan had imbued her voice with spiritual energy, and her words were naturally intimidating. The servants by the side couldn't help but tremble, and the disciple even knelt on the ground. Yun Ruoyu was also shocked. In just 3 years, Yun Ruoyan's cultivation had reached such a level. Sister, he's just a servant, so please don't get angry. Anger is bad for your health, and you have to take care of the child in your belly, Yun Ruoyu hurriedly said. She turned to the kneeling disciple. Leave the Yun manor right now. Then, she loudly announced to the surrounding servants, this is my second sister, and she's also the sole wife-born daughter of the Yun manor. In the future, all of you must be respectful when you see her, or else you'll have to leave the manor. Sister, now you're not angry anymore, are you? Yun Ruoyu appeared to be in a good mood. Yun Ruoyan nodded calmly. Is father at home? I'll go pay my respects. Father is, but he's in seclusion right now, so I'm afraid you won't be able to see him today. Yun Ruoyan's heart relaxed a little. Paying respects to Yunlan was just a matter of routine, and she didn't want to. Then go pay your respects to grandmother, Yun Ruoyan replied casually. All right, I'll go with you, sister, Yun Ruoyu replied. Grandmother hasn't been feeling well lately, and the physician says that she needs to rest well. Sister, it's best if you don't stay too long in her quarters. When Yun Ruoyan entered her quarters, the Yun matriarch was resting in bed. When she saw Yun Ruoyan, she was so excited that she tugged at Yun Ruoyan's hand, unable to say a word. Grandmother, what's wrong? Yun Ruoyan asked. She's had a stroke for a year, and she can't even speak now. How could she have a stroke? Hasn't grandmother always been in good health? Yun Ruoyan asked. The Yun matriarch wasn't just any old matriarch, she possessed spiritual energy. Although she was already 80 years old, her body had always been in good health. Yun Ruoyan was quite surprised that her grandmother would suddenly become like this. We don't know what happened either, Xiaolon replied. We don't know either. She suddenly had a stroke, and if not for her good health, she probably wouldn't have survived until now. She's getting older, and she naturally suffers from all sorts of illnesses. Sister, don't be too sad. Yun Ruoyao looked at Xiaolon. Your grandmother's elder, so you have to take good care of her. Of course, 3rd Mississippi, Xiaolon bowed respectfully to Yun Ruoyao. The Yun matriarch had always been protective of Yun Ruoyan, and Yun Ruoyan still had some feelings for her. Seeing her like this today, Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. By the time she wanted to say a few more words to the Yun matriarch, she had already fallen asleep. Ruoyu, father is in seclusion, brother has gone out to quell the rebellion, and grandmother is bedridden. Who's in charge of the household right now? Yun Ruoyan asked as they left the Yun matriarch's room. To tell you the truth, sister, I'm the one in charge of the household right now. Yun Ruoyan smiled. Yun Ruoyan glanced at Yun Ruoyao, but didn't say anything. After all, she was already married off, and it was impossible for her to return to the household. As long as Yun Ruoyao didn't do anything out of line, she wouldn't say anything. However, Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but feel that everything had changed since her return. As for what exactly was strange, she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Yun Ruoyan then returned to her own rooms, and Yun Ruoyao didn't follow her any longer. The main reason for her return this time was to take the 2 maidservants from the Yun manor with her. When she married into the slaughtering king's manor, she had to leave the 2 maidservants behind in the Yun manor because she was going to attend Kongming Academy. When Yun Ruoyan entered her rooms, she was surprised to find that it was completely deserted, and there wasn't a single servant in sight. "Where's Shilan and Peony?" Yun Ruoyan asked. "They're married," Yun Ruoyao replied matter-of-factly. "I've been gone for 3 years, and the 2 girls have grown old. They've also found lovers in the manor, so I decided to help them arrange their marriages." "Where are they now?" Yun Ruoyan subconsciously felt that this matter wasn't as simple as Yun Ruoyao had made it out to be. "I've already sent someone to call them." "Please wait a moment, sister." Yun Ruoyan didn't have to wait long before Shilan and Peony were led into the room by one of the maidservants, each with a child behind them. "Miss." When the 2 maidservants saw Yun Ruoyan, their eyes reddened as they kowtowed to her. "Hurry, get up." Yun Ruoyan hurriedly went to help them up. She looked at the boy and girl behind the 2 maidservants and was rather surprised. The 2 children looked to be only 2 or 3 years old. Could they be Ah Bao, Ah Jiao, come and kowtow to Miss? Peony immediately pulled the 2 children along. "There." "Oh, this boy is my child," Peony replied. "Ah Jiao is Shilan's child. You 2 already have children, and they're all grown up." Yun Ruoyan smiled. "I didn't expect that it'd only been 3 years. 3 years isn't a short time, sister." Yun Ruoyao also smiled. Her smile caused both Ah Bao and Ah Jiao to tremble, as if they were very afraid of Yun Ruoyao. "Sister, I'd like to speak with the 2 maidservants in private." "If you're busy, please go ahead." "All right, I'll leave you to it," Yun Ruoyu replied before leaving. Yun Ruoyan was almost certain that the 2 maidservants had suffered quite a bit while she was away. As soon as Yun Ruoyu left, she immediately asked about it. However, the 2 maidservants denied her thoughts, saying that they were doing well and telling her not to worry. "I'm here to bring you to the manor," Yun Ruoyan began. "Although I'll have to leave soon, Li Luo will take care of you while I'm here." "Miss, if we were still single, we would definitely follow you, Miss," Peony continued. "But now that Shilan and I are married and have children of our own, husband, we'd like to stay at the Yun Manor. In the future, when you come back to visit us, we'll serve you." Shilan had been standing by the side, her eyes red. The usually talkative girl had become rather gloomy. "Shilan, what do you think?" Yun Ruoyan asked. "Miss, I think the same way as Peony," Shilan replied. Yun Ruoyan hadn't been able to bring the 2 maidservants with her on this trip, and her mood had been rather gloomy. Upon returning to the manor, she felt that something must have happened, and that it had something to do with Yun Ruoyu. Before Li Mo left, he had left behind 2 guards for Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan had instructed them to infiltrate the Yun Manor and see if there was anything amiss. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.